Hey, good morning and welcome to K&N Saturday. Okay, listen up. Real quickly, I want to make everybody up to date on what we're planning to do this morning. If a combination of car and driver, new entry, anybody came through the gate that has not been down the track. And keep in mind that we are talking about a car or entry that has not been down the track. Bring it to lanes 5 and 6, and we're going to get you in a quick pass before we go into first round of eliminations. So the run order is going to be the same as it was yesterday. So it'll be easy to understand. Also, keep in mind, of course, double entered cars are going to make their way into the lanes 1 and 2. And again, we're going to start off with Pro. So before we do that, the first thing I'm calling to the lanes right now is basically a sweeper for a combination of where car and driver have not been down the track or any new entries that have shown up since last night after we shut down that haven't had a chance to make it down the track. Bring your cars right now to lanes 5 and 6, and we're going to get you down the track here in just a few seconds as we're finishing up with the tractor on the track, getting all the sticky stuff rubbed in and ready to go. And again, we'd like to welcome you to the Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC West Coast Classic. And thank you very much for coming out. We really do appreciate it very much. The fine folks over at K&N putting up some serious cash tonight as somebody's walking out of here with $20,000 to win in the Super Pro category. And Pro, a sweet $7,500. So again, thanks for coming out this morning. We'd like to tell everybody we're going to get this whole thing wrapped up and done. Don't forget, we've got the shootout for the Door Car Clash. 16 Pro, 16 Super Pro cars. Somebody's going to square it up for 10 grand tonight. All that's going on, plus a lot of really good racing. We've seen it all already. I think we've seen it all. An amazing. How about Family versus Marco last night? How about that? Wow. And that could have gone 19 different ways, all kinds of different scenarios. We're sitting there thinking about, well, this could be this and that could be that. And it just turned out to be an amazing race. We like to thank Marco. We like to thank Deshelles, everybody for really making it exciting finals. So again, a combination of car and drivers, new entry that has not been down the track. You need to break your lanes to 5 and 6. Make your way to lanes 5 and 6. And then we are going to, in a couple more minutes, we're going to call Pro. So you Pro cars, be ready to go. Okay, again, this is last call for the cleanup for anybody who's a new entry, new vehicle that's just gotten on the grounds. So if you are a new driver or you are a new vehicle, make your way lanes 5 and 6. All right, listen up. Final call for the sweeper pass. What I'm calling is any new vehicle or any new driver, or combination thereof, you should be in lanes 5 and 6. Otherwise, listen up, listen up. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. First call, pro. Double entries, lanes 1 and 2. Double entries, lanes 1 and 2. All right, listen up again. Pro double entries, lanes 1 and 2. Regular entries, singular entries. That number 1 person, you guys come to lanes 3 and 4. We'll get you all out here. I got about 4 cars is all we have for the sweeper pass, so this isn't going to take long. So pro guys, be ready to go. We're sprinkling a little water on the track. We're not expecting it to grow, but we're expecting some slicks to grow. Jeff Ball bringing his Alder around. It's nice to see the Ball family making it out alongside Larry Warren, that beautiful 55 Chevy. Again, pro, you've been called. Pro, you've been called. Double entries, lanes 1 and 2. Regular pro. I got pro. But we need you guys. Pro, you need to come on. Bring it. Everybody leaving a little too soon. Warren's 55 out with a 003 to the red. Mr. Ball goes 0.6 to the red. 590 at 112 miles an hour for the Alder. The big old 55 runs through there at 657 at 103. Steve Walker heating up the hides in his little, 71 Pinto. Mike, you know these things inside and out. I mean, you probably scored every chick in high school with one of those things. Back motor dragster. Pinto goes red, 03. Dragster goes fast, 472, 146 miles an hour. I'll tell you one thing. Fast dragster went straight down the middle of the track, real nice like. So it looks like things are good and sticky. We're just about ready to go into eliminations in pro. So pro, you should be in the lanes and ready to go. Again, double entry pro, you guys should be just about ready to go as we are going to be pulling you out for first round of eliminations. Sounds like the Suzuki Hayabusa out there. Nice 03 launch on the bike. 557, 126 miles an hour. That thing flies through the 8th mile. For those of you that don't speak Japanese, Hayabusa was the name they gave those bikes when first test rider got off of it, and he said Hayabusa. Can't tell you the first 2 words, but the rest of it is it's really fast. So we're just about ready to kick off the K&N Saturday. So we've got 3 races we're running today and lots of fun. Kevin Pope bringing the front motor dragster up to the line. Attention in the lanes. Attention in the lanes. Pro. Lanes 1 and 2. Lanes 1 and 2. Suit them up. $569,109 for Kevin Pope. Again, remember, double entry cars, when you make your way back, follow the directions at the bottom of the lanes to figure out where you need to go when you come back. But please make your way back around again, as I want to keep this transition as smooth as possible. Again, we'd like to thank everybody for coming out to K&N Saturday. It's a good day. And here we go. Lighting them off, starting with Pro. Round 1, you're right, Mike. All right. Man, check this out. Dennis was right up there in front. I'm ready to go. Put me in. Looks like Chris Pintor driving the 66 Nova. 787 the dial in for the Nova. Dennis Paz on the far side over there with a 674 dial. So he's going to give a 1 second head start to the 66 Chevy 2. Okay, now we got the dial-in straightened out on Chris's car, 647. So he's actually, I was wondering why a high 7-second car was doing a 150-foot burnout across the line. Now it's a little bit quicker, 647 his dial. Yeah, also, remember, especially with the sun to the east of us right now, make sure that that dial-in is on the right-hand side of your car and good and dark. Well, no reason not to kick it off like this. 2 near-perfect lights off the tree. Chris Pintor actually was a little bit better with an 010 light. He goes a 641 with a 9 on a 647, way too quick. Dennis Paz goes 019 on the tree, then runs a 79 on a 74, taking the win. Here's Paige Smith driving that good-looking 67 Chevelle alongside Richard Lell. Richard driving the 64 Ranchero. 302 cubic inches of romp and stomping Ford underneath that steel hood on that Ranchero. Big wheels up launch for Paige Smith. 8 thou separate them on the tree. Just about the same down at the other end. 610 on a 609. That 10 with a 1. Good for Paige Smith to take the win. Richard followed it up with an 030. Slightly better. 8 thou better light. Then runs a 723 with a 4 on a 716. So I'm not going to call it the morning jitters or maybe the little bit of the guess, but we've had a couple people miss the dials by a little bit more than I thought they would. Here's Rich Stanchfeld, the 66 Volkswagen. And a Volkswagen powered alongside Jeff Taylor's Dakota. The Dakota dialed 575, gives almost a 2-second head start to the Bug. But here it comes, tight down at the other end. Wind light says Jeff Taylor. Jeff Taylor 576 on a 575. He started that out with an 016 light. Check out the Bug, 027 off the tree and then runs 744 on a 42. Jeff taking a 100 stripe down at the other end, and a little bit more would have cost him. What a beautiful drag race. Man, I don't know how many 7s you got to have before you say I've hit my lucky number, but Coleman, 7777X, alongside Greg Dreher. Both cars leave line. Everybody's green. Get down the other end. Windlight comes up on Coleman's side. He gave up about 200ths of a second on the tree with an 066 light, but runs a 675 on a 671. Good for the win, as a 49 on a 43 for Greg Dreher didn't get him there, even though he was 200ths of a second better on the tree. Next pair. Man, they're coming in a hurry right now, guys. If you like to see a lot of door cars getting together, this is where you need to be. 686 to dial in for Randy Stanley in the 75 Nova. He's over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. The Michelob Ultra lane, that's Mark Beaven. Mark, 666, the number of that lime green beast. I should say sublime green beast. The 72 Duster, 440 cubic inches underneath the hood, dialed 666. Oh boy, going to give a 0.2 of a second head start over to Randy. 8,000 separate him on this end of the track. Randy puts on the wind light. He goes 688 on a 686 at 94 miles an hour. Mark, an 031 on the tree, goes a 671 on the 666, and that won't get it done. Quick reminder to racers that have got money coming or racers that need a little bit of swag. Starting at 8:30 this morning, the payouts and also all the really cool fashionable wear that you will need for the weekend is right over there at the Silver State West Coast Classics trailer. Chris Johnson driving that good-looking Mopar gives a 2-second head start over to Cooper Dreher. When it gets to the other end, though, the wind light comes up to Chris Johnson's side. His 058 beats the 066 of Cooper Dreher off the line. 590 with a 4 on a 587, getting the job done. 754 on a 49. Cooper giving him a brake pedal, hoping for one last gasp, and he's going to make his way back around to the buyback window. Actually, it's a kind of a buyback window would be the window in your car, because keep in mind they'll be collecting in the lanes. DJ Homar driving the 66 wagon. That wagon, good-looking machine. I mean, as good-looking as anything that's out here. Straight as an arrow, slick black. I like it. Speaking of cars I like, how about Rick Barnhoff? Rick driving that 56 Ford. Man, he found that thing out in the desert somewhere and said, I'm going to polish this up just a little bit, put a big old motor in it, and take it out there and go have some fun. And he's doing exactly that. Excellent lights, both sides of the track. This is anybody's guess at the other end. I see DJ putting on the brakes. He goes 644 on a 636 as the Ford run way off the numbers. He goes 763 on a 750. The big Ford got off the line with a 013, which is a great light and pro. Problem was is DJ on the other side gets out of there 005. And then 644 is just slamming on the brakes at the other end. Gonna slide around him and say, okay, see you later. Darren Taylor, the 76 Nova. We got a stack of these. I mean, we could fill a parking lot with 76 Novas this weekend. Brian Cam, 797, the dial on that 84 Camaro. He's going to get almost a 2-second head start on the 76er. Truth be known, Brian Cam just made up a 0.05 of a second difference on the tree. His 066 was in trouble against the 018 at Darren Taylor's, but Brian Cam puts on the wind light as he runs dead on the money, 797 with a 3. Man, take that stripe with conviction, baby. Woo! Anyway, 606 with a 7, breaking out by 0.03 of a second. Darren Taylor puts the wind light in Brian Cam's lane. Here's Tim O'More, the 88 Camaro, alongside Pedro Valadez driving the 2001 Firebird Formula. Pedro 7 flat, the number on the side of that Firebird. Tim O'More 593, so a little over a 1-second head start going to the late model F-body. 3rd gen F-body, going to sit there and wait. Oh, baby, and he couldn't wait long enough. He goes red by 0.05 of a second. Pedro 031. Then runs a 703 on the 7 flat. 96 with a 1 on a 93, and Tim will have to come back around a little bit later. Pedro moves on to round 2. Scott Taylor, 65 Chevelle, nice looking machine. Also, Mike Agnew. By the way, in case if you know Mike, you might want to hit him up for a loan. Mike got a little cash last night, got it done down the final. 604 for Mike Agnew, 662 for Scott Taylor. So the 64 or 5 Chevelle, 65 Chevelle, good looking car. Racing another Chevelle. Oh man, Mike Agnew picks him up and puts it down red. Red by just 0.05 of a second. Scott Taylor runs under by just a little bit. He runs a 61 with a 9 on a 62. Of course, the race was decided by that red light that Mike Agnew, but Scott got it right off the line as well. He goes 0-1-1. So 11th out at the tree, gets it done nicely. Tanya Taylor driving the 70 Mustang alongside Michael Court. Michael driving the Malibu. Malibu dialed 652 is going to get about a 0.04 of a second head start. Kind of a little tricky, weird split on the tree. Let's see how that works out for everybody. Going down the track, lights are green. Wind light comes up on Tanya's side. 657 on a 648. It's good for the win. Michael runs a 63 with a 9 on a 52. Is everybody way off the number and making an easy pass for Tanya to put on the wind light. Alan Brown driving that 34 Ford Coupe. She sits kind of high, but she do fly. 576 number on that. DeAndre Fitzgerald out of Sacramento. The 68 Nova. Pair of 03 lights aside. Wind light says Alan Brown. Alan Brown goes 037 on the tree and then runs a 78 with a 6 on a 76. 56 with a 2 on a 52. An 01 stripe down at the other end, and Alan Brown moves on. Next pair coming your way. Alan Volvo driving that 72 Chevelle. Recently, looks like he's done a bunch of suspension work to that car, and it's picked up a bunch. 613 the dial. He's got a bad boy on the other side. Ron Nickel out of Livermore. The 1964 Olds 442. Hammer runs down there and puts on the wind light, 707 on a 705. The better of the two green lights is Ron Nickel. Allen goes under by 0.08 of a second, and Ron Nickel takes the win. Abigail Rogers driving the Phantom, chasing down Sasha, goes red. 0-4 to the red side. And Abigail Rogers, who'd been doing really well in that car yesterday, just knocking a tree down. Not so much on this pass, but still ends up winning. 657 at 102 miles an hour on that 655. And the little teeny, the Phantom. I like that. Stan Deming. Another one of the 76 Novas that's out here today alongside Jody George. Jody driving a 90 Oldsmobile. The old 750 for a dial is going to get a second and change head start on Stan Deming's Nova. All these kid performance-powered 76 Novas just show up out of Idaho. Every one of them tougher than the next. Red light for Jody George. Red by just 0.08 of a second, but that's 0.08 he'd like to have back. Stan goes 0-2 on the tree, then runs a 25, running it all the way out against the 621 dial. Logan Pagano making all the noise in that Corvette. Here's Joshua Salzo. Joshua also driving the Phantom. Those little cars, 690, the number on Joshua's. Logan 768 for the Corvette. Going to get a little over a second, well, almost a second head start. I hear Joshua spinning that thing up. It's going to stage it. There he goes. All right. Again, Logan in the Corvette. Man, you're going to be looking around for that little guy. Red light for Joshua. Logan moves on to the next round. He has an 04 off the tree. That's good enough for the win. Everybody runs under. He goes 782 with an 8 on a 786. Joshua runs under with an 89 with a 5 on a 90. Missing his dial-in by 5 thou, but unfortunately he missed his tree by 400s, and that was the deciding factor. Wow, check out this little race right here. This one's going to be a good one. Jay Greiner driving that 74 Pontiac Ventura alongside C.W. Hofer driving that 87 Pontiac Firebird. Pontiac's a pair. Tough Racers a pair. This ought to be a good one. Nobody wants to stage it up. Come on, guys. There we go. Oh, man. Jay Greiner goes red. Goes 0-2 to the red side. CW goes 0-2 to the green side. That puts on the win light for him. CW runs it out. Goes 730 on a 735. 675 with a 3 on a 676. Closer to the dial, but no help when you put them red lights on. Monty Beagle, 33 Ford Coupe, making the trip down from High River, Alberta. I'll bet you that place is gorgeous about right now. 2 weeks from now, it's going to be underneath 92 feet of snow probably, but at the moment, I'll bet it's nice up there. Jim Hulse out of Porterville, the 71 Datsun. Before, they called them Nissans, and probably when it still had the little six-cylinder in it. Now it's got a 327 cubic inch Chevrolet. And, you know, he might even be fibbing about that. You never know. 729 the dial-in. Monty Beagle in the coupe. It goes red. Jim Hulse goes nice 017 on a tree and then runs a 30 with a 3 on a 29. Nice little pass for Jim. He's ready. He's dialed. Monty Beagle, 580 with a 6 on the 579. Got that number right. Unfortunately, misses the tree by just enough to lose that race. Rick Fenley, 67 Bel Air. This is falling into one of the nicer cars that we have seen out here this weekend. Definitely. You know, a lot of really interesting door cars in this pro category. Again, sponsored today by K&N. K&N makes quite a few things. If it's helping you put air in that motor, K&N's doing it. Larry Warren, 55 Chevy. It's a 210, not a Bel Air. 350 cubic inch Chevy, 656 to dial in. So both cars real close together in ET. 646 to dial in for Rick. Both cars within 5 thousandths on the tree. And Larry takes the win with his 019 started light and then runs a 56 with a 3 on a 56. 46 with a 2 on a 46. So that means the numbers at the bottom of the screen are real small. How about 4 thousandths of a second on the stripe at the other end and everybody hammering it all the way through? That was a neat drag race right there with two really cool old Chevys. Michael Dye, the 83 Capri. Kind of looks like a Mustang, but Amber's driving one that really looks like a Mustang. Looks like about a 65 Mustang dialed 596. 670, the number from Michael Dye. So Michael's going to get a little bit of a head start here. And then that little teeny itsy bitsy. Do you realize by the time that car was built, they'd already sold 1 million of those things? Man. Wheels up launch on that little 65, 66 Mustang, and then puts on the wind light. 6 flat with a 9, starting that out with an 010 light. Michael Dye goes 674 on a 670, but unfortunately gave up about 5 on the tree, and that was 5 way too many. Here's Jeff Kreider, the Wonder Wagon. I don't know what there's to wonder about. That thing runs right down the track 90% of the time. Jerry Everest. Jerry driving the 84 Mustang. His dial in 722. So he's going to give about a 0.2 of a second head start over to the Vega wagon. Red light for Jeff. Jeff red by 0.06 of a second. Win light for Jeremy. Jeremy goes 7:18 with a 2 on a 7:22, so way too quick, but he's the only guy to put on a green light, so he puts on the win light. Jeff goes 48 with a 0 on a 43. Kevin McClellan driving the El Camino. That's his job today. And puts on the win light. 771 on a 765. Jeff Dye goes under by a tad as he goes a 68 with a 5 on a 71. Kevin McClellan taking the win. Kelly Fendley driving the Toyota pickup truck alongside Rob Strong. Ron driving a 68 Firebird. Firebird dialed in at a 682. Going to leave first in front of a very, very hard-running Toyota pickup. You don't see one of these every day. Woo! 655. Dial in on that pickup truck. Kind of quiet out there as they're settling in. Rob Strong taking his time bringing it in. There you go. Flickered that bottom bulb a few times. About the second time it flickers, you get a little nervous. Everybody leaves the line green, heading for the other end. I hear somebody lifting early. It sounded like Kelly. Kelly a 673 on a 655. Rob Strong runs a 97 on an 82. Kelly a better green light, really better green light with a 005. Runs through the other end as apparently Rob's car run off the number, and Kelly just made it look easy at the other end. Zach Ealing, because we don't have enough 65 El Caminos racing today. Zach bringing out 65 El Camino. 652 is the dial in for Zach. Cliff Hall driving a 70 Maverick. It doesn't say what the power plant is in that thing, but it's got to be big. 598 to dial in on that car. So Cliff is in, waiting on Zach. The Red and Flames El Camino leaves the line. Right behind him, Cliff Hall. The Hall brothers 1970 Maverick is hauling down to the other end. He goes 6 flat with a 4 on a 598. Started that out with a listen up 009 light. 9th thou away from perfect. Zach, a real nice 027 light. Runs a 54 with a 0 on a 52. And Cliff down there snipping just a little teeny 100 stripe. And he moves on to round 2. Jeff LaSalle driving a big 1967 Dodge RT. 650 the dial in for his machine. Steve Walker out of Bakersfield. Steve driving the 72 Pinto. It is a chick magnet. Mike knows. I'm telling you right now. I saw it. He used to have a green one. I mean, you would think he was Taylor Swift. 654 with a 6 on a 650 takes the win for Jeff LaSalle. Why? Because he was near perfect off the tree. 0-1-0. And Steve Walker, 06. Nice light, but not enough. 622 on the 619. And Jeff LaSalle moves on. Here's Jeff Taylor, the 99 Dakota in the big pickup truck. Well, it's the medium-sized pickup truck. Dakotas were really kind of the first of the ones that, let's stretch them out a little bit, see if people like them better. Randy Snyder, 655, the dial on that 1973 Vega GT. As you can see, they recently did surgery to the wheel wells there to get those great big tires. 7,000 separates the tree. 006 for Jeff Taylor also puts on the win light as he goes a 575 on a 575. 655 on a 655 for Randy. Randy goes 013 on the tree, so 7th thou there. When it was all said and done, it worked out to an 01 stripe down at the other end. Nice drag racing going on here. First round of pro, and everybody's looking tough so far. Jonathan Knoll, rowing the 4-speed, alongside Pedro Valadez. Pedro, the 01 Firebird Formula, dialed 703. He's probably got a pretty good idea that's what it's going to run because that's exactly what it ran about 15 minutes ago is Pedro, one of our double entries. Nice wheels up launch for Pedro. Jonathan right there. Now Pedro gets around him, goes the other end. Pedro gets around him too far. Jonathan Knoll takes the win as he goes 732 on a 710, good for the win. As Pedro runs a 701 with a 9. I guess he just figured that the thing was ready to go and just said, I'm hammering it through. Got to know. Okay. Well, what you know is Jonathan moves on to round 2. Here's John Victorino. Some people call that thing the shopping cart. Jumps off the line, red. DJ Humard. DJ driving the wagon. 014 light, nice. He runs a 39 with a 4 on a 41, a little under, but it worked for him as he puts on the win light. Ryan Magnus. Ryan driving another one of the first-generation Camaros that we see out here alongside Randy Stanley. Randy is driving the 75 Nova. $6.86 the dial in for Randy. $6.15 the dial in for Ryan. Ryan's 67 Camaro. Going to sit there and patiently wait for about a little over a half a second. Ryan, big wheels up launch in the Camaro. The other end, the win light comes up for Randy Stanley. Randy off the line with an 0-2-4 light. Then runs an 87 with a 4 on an 86, closer to the number. On the tree, made a difference being closer to the number on Mike. Ryan goes a 615 with a 3 on a 615, but you can't give up 4 on the tree, which he did. Stan Deming, 76 Nova, coming around 623 the dial in. Mike Bolton, Mike driving that Jeep. Well, mostly Jeep. There's Jeep parts, and then it's got stretched out parts in between. It's a 1950 Willys Jeep. I've driven an early Jeep before. I don't think I'd want to go fast in one, but Mike does. He goes 645 as his dial in, 623 for Stan Deming. So the Jeep is going to get a little bit of a head start. Red light for the Jeep, an 0-2 for Stan. Stan goes as 21 with a 6 on a 23. A little too quick, but with a nice 0-2 green light on the tree, that's all he really needed to win. Tony Marconi. Did your grandpa really invent the radio? 76 Arrow. Somebody invented a convertible Arrow. 585 the dial, and alongside Joel Hudson. Joel Hudson's 84 Monte Carlo, sitting down low over the tires. Getting down through the finish line there, Joel Hudson takes the only green light and goes 64 on a 56. Runs off the number, but Tony goes red by 3 thou. He just barely missed it. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. First call, first call. First call, Super Pro door cars. Super Pro door cars. Double entries, lanes 1 and 2. Singular entries to lanes 3 and 4. Or follow the directions at the bottom of the lanes. Again, double entries, lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro door cars, you have been called. Clint McKay, 607, dial in on that 66 Chevelle. That orange Chevelle's flying for the other end. He actually had the worst of the two lights by about 7 thou, but makes the best of it as he goes 610 with a 1. Good for the win. Leslie Emery goes an 053, slightly better on the tree, and then runs a 704 or on that 699. And that gave Clint just enough room to take that stripe, and he does. Chase Trimp, the 1969 Opel, the Mini Brute, alongside Shelby Stonefield, the 70 Nova. The Mini Brute was beating him up all the way to the final. Two excellent green lights on this end. When it gets down to the other end, though, Chase, actually the worst of the two lights, his 022, beats the 009 of Shelby. He goes 658 with a 6 on a 653. Shelby running 7 off the number, and that won't get the job done. Chase just tightens up the stripe down at the other end to 009. And that is the way you get back around somebody who trees you. Here's Garrett Agnew. Garrett driving the little dragster that you see over here in the Michelob Ultra Lane, dialed 660. Cal Gordon, the 85 Mustang. The Mustang with a 421 cubic inch Chevy. Super Pro door cars, we weren't joking, no kidding. Super Pro door cars, you have been called. Super Pro, Super Pro, Super Pro door cars. Super Pro door cars, lanes 1 and 2 for double entries. Lanes 3 and 4 for the rest of y'all. Lights are close on this one at the other end. Win light comes up Cal Gordon. He runs a 638 on a 633, 668 on a 660. And even though Cal's light was slightly worse by 22, Garrett left him enough room to take the win. Cal Gordon moves on to round 2, 638 with a 3 on that 33. Nobody running particularly close to their numbers there. Stan Montgomery, the 1963 Chevy 2, 605 cubic inches. Well, it was there. Tim Arnswald, 730 the number. The 67 Camaro, small block for power. Oh, red light for Stan. Tim got off the line with a nice 021 light and then runs the other end, goes 731 with a 4 on a 730. Stan runs it out and runs a 97 with a 0 on a 98, but he hang a red light to start it out, and that a no good. Jeff Ball bringing up the 23 Ford. Bottom bulbing the Roadster / altered. Ed Niquette. Looks like an 05 Cavalier. I got a couple friends of mine that own Cavaliers like that. They don't run exactly like that, though. Oh, man, Ed goes red by 1/1000. Yikes, yikes, yikes. Jeff Ball, an 04 off the tree, runs a 592 with an 8 on a 589. And Jeff moves on to round 2. Dennis Paz back around. Dennis, of course, is least double entered, and I think this car is about quadruple entered. Henry, the 84 Mustang you see here in the Michelob Ultra Lane, is going to actually get a little bit of a head start. His 696 is going to take off in front of the 675 of Dennis. Two very, very good lights, two very good racers. Who's going to win it? Henry wins it as he starts off with a 001, a 1 thou off perfect tree, then runs a 696 with an 8 on a 696. So a 9 thou package forces Dennis as he goes to take the stripe by just the smallest of margins. But unfortunately, he goes 674 with a 1, and that 9 thou breakout was enough to not win that round. That was tight racing all the way down the track. Chris Johnson, 72 Duster. It only has 528 inches of monstrous Mopar under the hood. Alongside Richard Llewellyn, the powder blue 70 or Chevy 2. 66, 67 style body, very popular. Oh man, what do we got going on here? Double red light Chris Johnson gonna get the win as he red lights by least. And that moves him into the next round, 591 with a 4 on a 588. Richard, 77, no help as he goes redder. Shelby Williams driving this nice running, and I mean serious, 619, real good running 67 Camaro. Alongside Sasha Hofer. So, it's ladies morning. It's ladies morning. Here we go, 91 Firebird. Both these racers know exactly who each other are. They probably would have preferred to square up somewhere around the semis or so, but this is what it is. Everybody's away green and everybody's away well. Run for the finish line. Answer is Sasha Hofer. She starts out with an 022 light and runs a 730 with a 0 on a 730. Shelby gets off the line. Paige Smith, the 67 Chevelle, alongside Alan Brown. Alan, 34 Ford Coupe. The 34 Ford Coupe, 578 the dial in. Paige Smith, 610 the dial in for that really good looking Chevelle. There's a lot of good looking Chevelles on the grounds, and this one might be the best. Everybody's green on this end. They get to the other end. Alan Brown, 579 with a 0 on a 578, starts that out with an 029 light, and Alan Brown takes the win. 610 on a 610 for Paige, but Paige gave up a little over 2 on the tree, and that's exactly what it was at the other end as well. So Paige Smith's going to need to buy back in, and Alan Brown, well, after having to buy back double yesterday, he doesn't need to buy back at all today. So Alan getting the job done and moves on to round 2 in both entries. Here's CW, 730 is the dial. CW driving the 87 Firebird you see in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Michelob Ultra, 644 for this really fast Mustang. Got a good drag race going on here. Everybody's green, heading for the other end. The answer is, whoa. Tanya Taylor goes 010 through the, after running a 47 with a 1 on a 44. But that 010 light was kind of just enough to give Tanya the edge. 731 with a 9 on a 730. CW does get to the brakes, but it was no avail. Super Pro Door Cars, you guys have been called. You need to be here. Super Pro Door Cars, bring them. Here's Scott Taylor, the 65 Chevelle, alongside Darren Taylor. funny? They're all from up north somewhere. Scott Taylor breaks out. He runs a 59 with a 7 on a 62 too quick. And Darren Taylor runs a 607 on a 606, and that's good for the win, and he'll take that 76 and over to the next round. Here's Logan Pagano. Logan driving that street-driven Corvette alongside Alan Volvo. Alan, 72 Chevelle, 640 cubic inches. That ought to be enough, Alan. What do you think? I mean, somebody probably makes a 700 cubic inch engine, but Here comes Allen chasing after the Corvette. They get to the other end. Allen takes the win. Allen actually gave up 100th on the tree. His 023 ends up being a winner as he runs 610 with a 2. Corvette runs a 794 on a 785, running way off the number, and Allen able to just kind of scoot around. Again, Super Pro Door Cars double entries, lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro Door Car double entries, lanes 1 and 2. Got to get you guys packed in there as we will be running your category shortly. Michael Cortez stretching the rods on that 68 Dodge. 414 is the cubic inches before the rod stretch. 651 the dial-in. 580 for Monty Beagle. Monty, the 33 Ford Coupe. Monty Beagle goes red. Michael Cortez goes to the next round. 581 with a 3 on a 580 for Monty Beagle, but doesn't do you any good when you hang them red. 651 with a 7 on a 651 for Michael Cortez. The 68 Dart moves around. All right, here we go, Super Pro. Here we go into Super Pro. This is Super Pro Door Cars. There is a lot of fast machines in this category. AJ Cameron, the 64 El Camino, heating them up on the far side, 661 the dial. Carl Hagen driving the double-aught Avenger, 514 is dialing. Everybody's in, tree's on its way down. Answer is red light. Carl Hagen by 0.003 of a second. AJ a real nice 014 off the tree. Runs it out. Goes 60 with a 0 on a 61. Takes the win. 15 with a 0 on a 14 for Carl Hagen. As goes red by just an itty bitty 0.003, and that's 0.003 he'd like to have back. Here's Greg Dreher driving the 85 Camaro. Bruno Casella is handed the keys over to Greg and said, yeah, I know it says GM on it. See what you can do. 641 is the dial. Greg, of course, obviously long time, many very cool Fords. Matter of fact, he's got the kid driving a pretty cool Mercury today. 515 to dial in for Tim Wirtz, making the trip down from Nampa, Idaho. The Rhino Rush energy drinks. That's just scary thinking about it. So a second and change head start going to the Camaro over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. And then a very strong running convertible, I should say roadster actually, Corvette. Going for the other end, it's going to be tight. Greg Dreyer takes the win. Greg goes 643 on a 641. He had 024 light, the better of the two lights. 043 for Tim. Tim goes a 13 with a 9. He went up and snagged the stripe and probably should have, he hadn't. No, he didn't. Yes, he did not have room. I had to redo the math in my math wizard head one too many times for that one. Here we go, Jonathan Fiello. 71 Nova. This is a gun that carries some fame. Alongside Larry Giese. Larry driving the 95 Daytona. Dodge Power. 451 cubic inches. Jonathan Fiello's 71 Nova. He's down from Yucaipa. Since Yucaipa's slightly higher in altitude. I know we've been doing this. If you're up on a mountain and come down to the valley, what do you got? 567 to a 569. Red light for Larry. Then, how about this? 569 is what Jonathan ends up running. Larry ends up running a 570. So pretty evenly matched cars. Unfortunate for Larry. Larry puts it up red. That 02 light started Jonathan's day out right. Dave Schaffner, 66 Mustang. 677 the dial-in. 658's the dial-in for Brian McCullough. Brian driving the little orange Camaro that you see over here in the Michelob Ultra lane. Everybody's green getting down the track. Wind light comes up on Byron's side. Byron goes 035 off the tree and then runs a 60 with a 6 on a 58. Here's Daniel McClellan driving the 27 Roadster alongside Greg Vining driving the 66 Chevy 2. The light blues Chevy 2. 581 the dial in is going to give a tenth of a second head start over to Daniel in the Roadster. $581 the dial in for Greg Vining. $591 the dial in for Daniel McClellan. Daniel taking his time staging up. And taking his time and making it worthwhile. He goes 005 on the tree. Greg goes 001 on the tree, but unfortunately it would be on the red side. 588 with a 2 on a 591. Daniel getting a chance to run the Roadster all the way out and see what she's got. but definitely set up nicely. 580 with a 0 on a 581 for Greg as he needs the information for a future round. Andrew Olson, the 70 Camaro. 579 is the number. That's quick, but not quite as quick as this one. Justin Short. Justin ran plenty of rounds yesterday in it carries black and white colors, but they're just not arranged exactly like a cop car, but you never know. Barney might have done it. Barney 5. 6. Oh, baby. How about you? Red light. Justin Short goes red by 02. Andrew Olson off the tree with an 013 light, then runs a 79 with a 3 on a 79. Nice 16th thou package puts that together. 551 with a 2 after the red light for Martin. Or Justin, he'd just as soon give kind of forget all that pass. Here's Justin Pad. Justin Pad driving the 75 Love Truck. I mean it. I'm going to track one of those things down one of these days and buy one. Pearson Deming, 77 Nova. This is the sleeper of all of them out here. Vinyl roof and all. Making a trip down from Idaho. 654, the dial in for Pearson. 593 for Jason from bringing the Love Truck down from Chesimir. Oh, man, red by 1/1000th of a second. Jason's red, Pearson's green, and he had a nice 014 light, and he runs 653 with a 4 on a 654. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Super Pro Dragster, lanes 1 and 2 for double entries, lanes 5 and 6 for the rest of you guys. Super Pro Dragsters, you have been called. Sean Ealing, driving the Corvette, the 91 Corvette, sans roof, alongside Jeff Jones. Jeff driving the 72 Nova. 603, the dial in for the Nova. 659, the dial in for the Corvette. Everybody wacka wacka double wacka wacka down there at the other end. Everybody did it. And Jeff did it a little bit closer as he goes 602 with a 9 on a 603, missing it by 1,000th too quick. A 58 with a 9 on a 59. But Jeff Jones, his 009 light was the difference, and he'll take the win. Andre Fitzgerald, 650 the dial-in on his 1970 Nova alongside Vince Campa. Vince driving the 34. I was almost said Ford. Nope, sorry, Vince. That thing would beat a Chevy. 632 cubic inches of Chevy under the hood as well. Vince Campa out from La Habra. Nobody wants, but there we go. I was going to say, man, how long are we going to wait on this when everybody's playing? Tree comes down, everybody's green. About 100th of a second separates them on this end. And DeAndre Fitzgerald goes a 654 with a 5 on a 650 after an 049 light. And that's just enough as Vince goes a 515 and on 505 running off the number, and Andre takes the win. Here's Joe Levette, 67 Nova, 502 cubic inches, just barely enough. 611 is his dial-in, 568 the dial-in for Randy Cloud in the 98 Mustang. Getting down the other end, double breakout, closer to the number. Joe Levette, he started that out with an 009, but Randy right there with him with an 011. So just 2,000 separate him on the tree. But the 90 with a 0, or excuse me, 609 with a 0 on a 611, closer to the dial and puts on the win light. 64 with a 5 on a 68. Didn't get her done. Here's Jim Harvickson. Jim driving the 67 Barracuda. Ooh, Barracuda. 571 the number. 569, it's only 200ths of a second separate these guys on the tree. The 34 Chevy Roadster, 427 Chevy for power, goes red by 5,000ths of a second. Jim puts up a 020 light, runs it on through to see what he's got. He goes a 72 with a 7 on a 71 dial. 70 with a 4 on a 69 for Anthony, and Anthony will have to make his way back a little bit later. Next pair coming your way. Hey, it's a good matchup here. Brad Pierce. Brad, 629 the dial in on that 58 Corvette, alongside Larry Pittenger. Larry driving the 68 Camaro. 427 powered Camaro is a 611 dial, so he's actually going to let the Corvette leave first. Big wheels up launch. While Brad was on the stop, Larry's driving around him with his wheels hanging 3 feet in the air. It was a good show, but not at the other end, as Brad Pierce goes 0-2 off the tree and then runs a 655 on a 629 as and taking the stripe away from Larry Pittenger. Here's Petey. The Porsche dialed 565 alongside John Castro. 649 the dial for the Blue Nova. Petey taking his time staging up the road race car, which if you remember correctly yesterday, he was having a little trouble. It was dancing around. It danced a little bit this time, but he kept it in the groove. What happens at the other end? He wins with it. He goes 050 off the tree and then runs a 76 on a 65, and that's good for the win. James Rutherford, the 96 Probe. This is one of the more fun cars out there, alongside Robert Butler. Butler's 73 Camaro, dialed 574, is going to get a second head start on this Probe. 600-inch Ford motor coming at you. Both lights near perfect as they get to the other end. Wind light comes up 004, James Rutherford. He goes an 88 with a 0 on an 86, 75 with a 6 on a 74 for Butler. And down at the other end, the numbers get small. How about 0.003 of a second stripe for that Probe? Big, long burnout for Emma Duchel. 63 Corvette. Serious business. I'm talking about sneaking up on the 330 clocks out there. You want to take a good look at the track. There you go. Alongside Mike Euling. Mike driving the 65 El Camino. Mike Ealing, 65 El Camino. Okay, everybody's backed up and ready to go. El Camino, 661. The dial-in's going to get about 0.8 of a second head start. And then Emma's coming after that split window Corvette. Obviously, as you know, both these Corvettes, Ricky's and Emma's, made it all the way deep into this race last night. Mike starts that out with a 001 light, then runs a 60 with a 1, which was slightly under, but forced Emma to go farther under. Emma, nice 04 light off the tree, but doesn't take the win light based on the fact that Mike a little closer to the number. The 578 with a 1 on a 581 was the difference. And Mike's under by 9 thou. Nice little package right there. And I'll tell you what, the gun that was carrying fame last night, that shows you exactly how quickly your fortunes can change. Rob Strong, the 68 Firebird, alongside Gary Manaka. $529 for Gary Manaka. Gonna give a long head start over to Rob Strong, the 68 Firebird. Tight race at this end. What's it got on the other end? Winlight comes up Gary Manaka. He runs a 5:30 with a 5 on a 29, over by 15. 87 with a 0 on an 80. I'm not quite sure as Rob fell way off at the other end. He probably grabbed the brakes thinking I'm not going to get there. What he didn't know is that he actually had the better of the two lights as he goes 016 to Gary's 019. Ricky driving a split window Corvette. What's the chances that you're going to run the same guy in the semifinals and the same guy in the final? Well, Ricky found out last night. Win one, lose one, and just kind of depending what order you did them in. 040 off the tree for Ricky is good for the win as he runs a 58 on a 57. Bill in that really fast Pontiac goes way off the number. Not quite sure what happened there. But to give you the rest of look at this, Mike. You're coming in just in time. It's one of the prettiest cars. In fact, I think this one falls in as your favorite. And here we go.
start. Red light start by 6 now. Dylan Head with Jonathan Flores. 019 out by 12 thou. And Jonathan moving on, and Dylan will be on that buyback round. Lori Warden, Daryl Wirtz. Daryl 455 for the Idaho runner in the Michelob Ultra Lane. And Lori Warden, another one of the Warden team cars. Miss Lori 473. Super Pro Dragsters, need you the lanes, please. Super Pro Dragsters, need you the lane. Oh, watch this, baby, down there, top end. Daryl Wirtz, how about 20 on the tree, 2 over 57 with a 6 for the win. Lori Warden, 17 on the tree, takes a 3-hunt stripe and breaks out by 5. Ow. Trent Flores, Steve Williams. The Fogga Dragster for Steve Williams at 442 in the three-way Chevrolet lane. And Trent Flores, the Flores Weaver family team dragster for M&M Fuels, 5 flat Trent. Brother John is advanced. See what Trent can do here. Of course, Stevie Williams, three-way Chevrolet lane, could care less about the brothers as long as the wind light comes on in his name. Down there, top end, that wind light comes on. Trent Flores, 013, 5045 on that 5 flat dialing for the win. Steve Williams missing the tree, and then a 1 over 43 with a 3 on that 42 dialing, trying to get there. Brian Schubert, KJ Dessa. KJ LAT Racing Oils dragster in from Las Vegas, 481, chasing the front motor car, Brian Schubert at 609. Long head start that front motor car. Here comes KJ down there top end. That wind light says KJ. 022.89 with the 6 on that 81 dial for the win. Brian Schubert was 23 and then 26 with a 7 on that 09 dial and rolling out the throttle at 105 is Eric Truby, race kid, the assassin from Idaho. A good performance at 465 and Eric Truby in the Giesecke Mobile at 486. So head start right side, Eric, the assassin, race kid, going to try and run him down. It don't break out. It's part of the game. They are green, and oh, watch this down there. Race out of the throttle. Eric Truby missed that tree big time. Races 016, 71 with an 8 on that 65 dial, and Eric Truby got to look at that slip and go, darn, 88 with a 5 on that 86 dial, and could not get there. Dylan Howe, Austin Schoenfeld, Austin Farside, the front motor car from Utah, getting the head start at 484. The Cascade Trailer Sales, dragster Dylan Howe, 4:43 for the Howe Racing Team Machine in from Oregon. Dylan gets in there. Front motor dragster with a head start. Front motor dragster breaks out. Ouch. Austin, 17 on the tree, gets there first and breaks out by 6 thou. Dylan Howe rolls out that throttle. And a 4-3 over, 4 over, 4:47.8 on that 43 dial. Dylan was 0:48, was behind off that starting line, but Austin, he pushes him out down there. Dave Klimkowski, I Make Horsepower, 480 for the dragster out of Camarillo in the Michelob Ultra lane. And Dean Bush out of Las Vegas, 475, Dean Bush, three-way Chevrolet lane. Head start, right side, Dave Klimkowski. Red light start, Dean Bush by 2 thousandths of a second. Dave Klimkowski, 5:11.9 on that 1/3 on that 80 dial-in. But, hey, when the guy in the other lane's red, of course, Dean runs under by a Hun. And 002 RED is Kyle Raposo. Krista Sudan, wow. 481 Krista, the track champion in the Summit Series, being that three-way Chevrolet lane, getting the head start over her Bakersfield neighbor, Kyle Raposo. 467, Kyle. Two good friends here in Bakersfield paired up round number 1 on K&M Filter Saturday for $20,000 to win Super Pro. Chris with that head start, make it work down there. Yes, she does. Chris goes 008 out by a thou. Kyle Raposo missed the tree 42 and out by 4 thou. And Krista basically puts up a 9 thou package there. And Krista moving on to round number 2 is Sophie Cambra, the Cambra Speed Shop Special, and Marco Paravalaris. Big time winner yesterday on Kid Performance Friday. Marco 460, that three-way Chevrolet lane, racing Sophie Cambra 513 Sophie Michelob Ultra lane. Of course, Marco, who doubled enter, it took both entries to the semifinal round. Unfortunately, red lighted against Ricky Duschel, and then came back and raced Ricky again in the final for that 10 grand win on Kid Performance Friday. Well, like nothing better than to pick up the win on K&N Saturday for 20 grand. But Sophie Cambra says, well, Marco, that was Friday. Today's Saturday. We're about to change things with any amount of luck. Marco's in. Sophie lights that second light. Couple of green light starts there down there, top end. Marco, how about 460 on that 460 dial-in, 012. Sophie missed a little bit at 74, and then goes 516.4 on that 513 dial-in. And Sophie will go to the buybacks as Bobby Dye and Kevin Pope. Kevin in the dragster, 5 flat, getting the head start over Bobby Dye for Specialty Fasteners. Dad Bob standing down there in that three-way Chevrolet lane. Kevin, who showed up the other day with his Camaro and had engine problems, went home and got the dragster. So Kevin at 5 flat. Get a head start over Bobby Dye. Down there, top end, Bobby Dye. Bobby's 23 on the tree, goes 473.9 on that 458 dial for the win. Kevin was 001 green, but they could only run a 553.9 on that 5 flat dial-in. Dale Torres and Cooper Shun. Cooper in from Washington. 512 Cooper three-way Chevrolet lane. The Broguiers Dairy front motor dragster Dale Torres, 546 for the front motor dragster. Clean green in this pair. They are identical up that starting line. Down there, Dale Torres, 014, 47 with 0 on that 46 dial for the win. Cooper, 014 and out by 6. Dow getting there first by a hun. Mark Lalonde, Arizona, 489 three-way Chevrolet lane. And Tyler Meyer in from Utah, 469 Tyler. There we go. Red light start marked by 9. Now Tyler 012 on the tree. Tyler goes 4670 on that 69 island for the automatic W. Mark goes dead 0. 009 red. Jason Bad, Dave Mazier. Wow. The Mazier Enterprises house car, Davey Farside, 469. And Jason Pad in from Canada, 454 JP Michelob Ultra Lane. Round number 1, Super Pro Dragster. Watch this pair down there, top end. It is Jason. Jason, 003, 457, 1 on that 54 dialing for the win. Davey Mazier was right there, 016, and then a 73 with a 0 on the 69 dialing. And, well, Jason left him nothing to play with. It's Jason Rosenbaum. David Meyer, 471's a pair. Jason for the Townsend Stillhouse and Grill over there in Victorville. Dinner time, 471 Jason Rosenbaum, 471 David Meyer, the Division 7 champ, that three-way Chevrolet lane. down there at that finish line. Jason, 005.72 with an 8 on that 71 dial-in. David Meyer, 72 with a 0 on that 71 dial-in, bows out at 025. Attention to pits, attention to pits. I have a parts call, APD alcohol regulator. If you have an APD alcohol regulator, bring it to me in the tower and I'll get it to the race who needs it. Chad Axford in from Kentucky and Austin Downing out of Arizona. Down there top end, Chad, 016 469.7 on that 466 dial-in for the win. Austin missed the tree and then goes dead 7 trying to push Chad out. Tyler Smith, Tommy Drake Jr. Tommy Farside, Idaho, 489. And Tyler Smith, Miller Race Cars dragster from Mountain View Performance, 453. Tyler. Again, I have a parts call, an APD alcohol regulator. Bring it to me to the tower. I'm having a problem with my drinks and I need a regulator. Tyler is 007 red. Tommy Drake Jr., 011 green, 487.2 on that 489 dial-in for the win. And, Tyler goes red and Tyler goes dead 7. Mike Collins, Neil Pressimone. Quarter Pro Shifters dragster, Neil, 478. Getting a little head start, Mike Collins out of Gilroy. 473, Mike Collins. They are set, head start, and red light start. Mike Collins. Neil goes 009. Neil's 4791 on that 78 dial-in for the automatic win. Mike Collins was 017 red. Gage Cameron, Tristan Gregg. Tristan, another one of them guys in from Nevada in Southern Nevada Motorsports. 547, Tristan Gregg in the three-way Chevrolet lane. The Valley Painting dragster for Gage Cameron, the team out of Bakersfield, 502 for the Gage Mobile. Pre-stage Gage, waiting on Tristan. There you go. Work with me, guys. I need help. You all know that. Oh, this is going to be good down there at that finish line. Watch that scoreboard. How about Tristan Craig? 10 on the tree. Dead 2 for the win. Gage Cameron was 011. Breaks out by 14 thou. Getting there first by a hun. So a 12 foul package. Tristan Craig is Robert Neighbor, Robert Butler. Butler far side, 473. Robert Neighbor for the Above All Pool Tile Cleaning Service, which is Brother Chad's company, that crew chief extraordinaire, 465. Robert Neighbor. Robert and Robert, and only one Robert's coming back, and it's going to be Robert Bailey. 0-14 on the tree, dead on 2 for the win. Robert Neighbor missing the tree, get their second, out by 4 thou. Ryan Mangus, Bailey Neighbor. Bailey, second generation drag racer. Well, actually, you could say third, because don't forget that Grandpa Darrell raced himself, being that Team Neighbor car, 459. Facing Ryan Mangus. RM is 473, Michelob Ultra Lane. So Ryan will get a little head start over Bailey. This is going to be fun to watch. Starting line advantage, Ryan. Ryan 30 on 24 on the tree, dead 4 for the win. Bailey 30 on the tree, dead 6 for the loss. Let me do the math. 8,000 at the stripe for Ryan Mangus, and a great one there. And I tell you, Bailey's going to the buyback window. Is Val Torres Jr. and King Richard McFarland. King Richard far side. This is his second entry. 575 Richard McFarland. 468 Val Torres Jr. Whoa, clean green here. This baby's good down there, top end. Val goes 005, dead 6 for 11,000's package. And King Richard was 22 on the tree, goes to 2 over 77 with a 6. And thanks for coming. Wow. Kevin Johnson, 450 far side. Kaylee McGibbon, 504 for the White Lane Automotive Team car in the Michelob Ultra Lane. Kaylee is 013 RED and goes dead 1. Kevin Johnson, 057 in the tree, and gets down there, goes out by 6 thou, but gets the automatic W. Dave Torres, Colby Fuller, 442 for the Puckett Dragster. Kobe, 460, Dave Torres, the Michelob Ultra Lane. 007 less second, doesn't get there. Colby Fuller, 443.2 on that 442 dialing for the win. Colby was 005. Gabe was 007 and out by 4 thou for the loss. Greg Hicks, Mark Barnhart. Mark, New Mexico, far side, 456. Chasing that big speed team car for the Hicksmobile, 479, Greg Hicks. They are separated by 2 thou up that starting line. How about dead 5, 013 for the win for Greg Hicks. Dead 9, 011, Mark Barnhart. 2 thou for the win for Greg Hicks in the Michelob Ultra Lane is Daryl Wirtz and Mark Kidd. Wow, let's drive all the way down from Idaho and then get paired up in round number 1 on K&N Filters 20,000 Saturday. Mark Kidd, 465, Freeway Chevrolet Lane. Daryl Wirtz, 455, Michelob Ultra Lane. Pro ET buybacks. Pro ET buybacks, single entries, lanes 5 and 6. If you are double entered into the buyback round, it is $100. Lanes 1 and 2, double entry buybacks. Lanes 5 and 6, single entry buybacks. Pro ET, which is $100 today. Down there, top end, Daryl. Wow, Daryl goes 011, breaks out by 9 thou. Mark Kidd is 045 and lights up the scoreboard. Dead on 9 is KJ Dessa and Dean Bush. Oh, Las Vegas. Hey, let's drive to Bakersfield and race round 1. We just saw that from Idaho. Dean Bush, 476. KJ, 480 in the LAD Racing Oils Team Dragster. Pro buybacks need you the lanes. Pro buybacks need you the lanes. Single entries, lanes 5 and 6. Pro buyback double entries, $100 in the lanes, please, to buy back. Lanes 1 and 2 for double entries. Move up that starting line, KJ. KJ out by 2 thou, 017 for the win. Dean Bush, 043, and out by 11 thou. KJ moving on. Race Kid, 465 for the Assassin. 536, Michelob Ultra Lane. Race gets in. Down there, top end, they are side by side. Race Kid, 014, 71 on a, with a 5 on that 65 down for the win. Little tardy right side, and then out by 6 thou is Dylan Howe, Tommy Drake Jr. Tommy far side, 487. Dylan Howe, 465. Head start, far side, red light start, Dylan Howe. Tommy Drake, 45 on the tree, dead on 8. Tommy Drake for the win. Dylan was red and then 62 with the 3 on that 55 dial-in. Cooper Chun, wow. Marco Paravolaris. Cooper right side, 508. Marco, big time winner yesterday on Kid Performance Friday for 10 grand. Just says, well, let's do it again on Saturday. And that K&N Filters, 20 grand. 462 Marco, 508 Cooper. Pro ET buybacks. Double entries 1 and 2. Single entries 5 and 6. $100. Top end. Cooper. Wow. Cooper's 10 on the tree, 5091. Marco goes 001 red. Kyle Raposo, Steve Williams, second entries here. Steve Williams, 443 far side. Kyle, 467 over here. So head start Kyle, Michelob Ultra Lane. They are green, and down there at that finish line, it is going to be, wow, Kyle, 029, dead on 0 for the win. Stevie Williams, 015, 448 on that 443 dial. 4,000 at the finish line, going to Kyle Raposo is Dave Mazier, Mark Lalonde. Mark out of Arizona, that's 489 far side. Davey, the Mazier Enterprises house car, 473. Now they're set. Head start to Arizona, California, Jason. Clean green. No, watch this baby down there. Top end, Davey Mazier. 474.6 on that 73 dial. 004 for the win. Mark goes 13 on the tree and out by 1 stinking thousand. Getting there first by 8 10,000ths is Kevin Pope. And David Meyer. KP, the front motor dragster, 550. David Meyer, far side, 470. So head start to that front motored car. The Division 7 champ going to try and run him down. And don't go quicker than 470. Get there first, of course. Kevin was 001 earlier. Here comes that David Meyer coming out in front down there top end. 4.746 on that 470 dialing for the win for David Meyer. He was 0.12. Kevin goes out at a 52 on that 50 and was 0.58. Is Professor Tom Bayer, the Byron, dealt 498 in Shane Thompson's Silver State Refrigeration Team car. Had a good Friday in the Hughes Performance 25K shootout because he won it. Tom won the shootout. Gene ordered new furniture. It's the way it works. Double 003. Out by 2,000. Tom Bayer. Move on round 2. Pro buyback round. You should be in the lanes. Pro buyback. Yep, that's it. Yeah. Pro buyback. You should be in the lanes. That's PRO buyback. Double entries 1 and 2. Single entries 5 and 6. And Jay, what's your last name? Jay Smith will take. Just kidding. Jay Kasem be up next.
Well, thank you, Mike English. For all of you that are out there live streaming, we do apologize for a little buttonology problem that we had here at the beginning of the day. And so for those folks that are out there enjoying the live stream, welcome aboard. In the meantime, we've got a lot of pro cars lined up out there. A matter of fact, about half the field to be exact. Hey, don't forget, if you've got money coming, payouts as well as some really cool fashionable wear are all available over there at the Silver State West Coast Classic Trailers. So I did say payouts, but I'll say payouts again. If you got money coming, swing on by, prove who you are, and get your cash. So again, I'll repeat one more time. And basically, if you've got payouts coming, they're available at the Silver State West Coast Classics trailer, which is just below the tower towards the Grove. Swing on in over there. Also, don't forget, there's really a lot of cool stuff. Speaking of cool, you know it's going to be cold tomorrow, so you're going to need that hoodie. So why would you not want to have a West Coast Classics hoodie? And again, one more time, I'd like to thank K&N because they reached way down in that pocket and pulled out $20,000 and said, let's just see who can win this. After all the amazing racing we've had already. And you know what? We're just getting started on a Saturday. So K&N Saturday coming your way. If you are a pro buyback, you should be in the lanes. You guys should be ready to go because it's going to happen just about any second. We're doing just a little touch-up on the top of the track, and then we're going to get ready to go. So, again, double entered buybacks. I know this sounds strange, but if you are bought back twice, now it could be if you're sharing a car and you're double entered and each guy's out once. I know that sounds strange, but obviously a double entered car would also go over into lanes 1 and 2. Don't know how many circumstances like that there are, but I'll bet there's at least one. Again, racers, it's a great opportunity for you here. Somebody's going to leave with 20 grand. Somebody else is going to leave with 7,500. And all you got to do is just keep putting on wind lights till they don't let you race anymore. Pretty easy task when you put it in those kind of words. Also, for those of you that are curious, if you haven't made your way back up there yet, remember it's cash in the lanes on the buyback. Cash in the lanes on the buyback. As you know, the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic Door Car Clash. 16 Pro versus 16 Super Pro cars. That category is full tonight, and somebody's walking out of here with an additional $10,000. Not a bad day's work. I mean, think about it. Even if you just look at it, you're a banker type. Somebody invested $550 and is going to turn it into $10,000 in less than 1 day's time. That is a pretty good investment. Hey, I hear your motor's running. You know what that means? That really cool tractor. And one day Mark's going to let me actually drive it. He told me so. Anyway, that really cool tractor's getting parked back in the barn, and here we go. We're bringing out cars. So Dennis Paz driving the 65 El Camino, 675 the dial-in as we start breaking them out in the buyback round. If you are planning on buying back and you are in pro, you should be in the lanes. If you're not, oops, you're late. Get moving. Tony Marconi, 585 the dial-in on that 76 Aero. He's from Surprise, Arizona. The El Bandito Yankee Tequila. I wonder if they have if they got Yankee Tequila. I wonder if they got Rebel Tequila, maybe some Ooper Tequila, maybe even. Dennis Paz, the 65 El Camino. You want to talk about something that's tracked itself up and down a few racetracks around California. This car's done it. Ouch, red by 6 thou for Dennis. Tony, a beautiful 017 light. Mr. Marconi runs a 586 with a 4 on a 585. Dennis runs a 74 with a 0 on a 75 after popping a 006 on the red side. Richard Llewellyn driving the powder blue Chevy 2. 670 the dial in. 759 the dial in for Cooper Dreher. Third generation drag racer from California. Not quite sure exactly what happened there, but Richard Llewellyn ends up taking win in a double breakout as Cooper way under the number. He goes 752 with a 6 on a 759, 67 with a 9 on a 670 dial, and Richard moves on to round 2. And Cooper, and that's a head scratching time slip, but Cooper's gonna, well, he came out in double hundred stuff, I think. Maybe he's got another shot. Jay Griner, the 74 Ventura, dressed up almost like a GTO. 580, the number for Monty Beal, the High River, Alberta driver. I'm telling you, these people have some really crafty cars coming down from Canada. You know, you got all winter to work on them, and Monty's going to have a little money maybe in his pocket as he moves on to the next round. 581 with a 7 on a 580 after an 03 light. He went 037. It was 025 for Jay, but Jay went after the stripe and runs a 75 with a 6 on a 76, breaking out by 4 thousandths, and that's almost a not quite a dope, but it's close. Alan Volvo. Alan driving the 72 Chevelle alongside Pedro Valadez. Pedro, 2001 Pontiac Firebird Formula. Pedro Valadez going down the other end, puts on the wind light as he's nailed the tree. 003 on the light, and that was about all he needed as he goes coasting through to a 706. Allen gave him a little extra out there on the tree. He runs a 623 on a 613, also off by a 10th, and Pedro moves on to round 2. Andre Fitzgerald driving the 68 Nova. He gets to leave first by just a little bit. Greg Dreyer driving that 85 Camaro. The 85 Camaro puts on the wind light as well as 644 on a 643 at 100 miles an hour. Both lights 2,000 apart. 653 with a 2 on 651. That makes a little teeny stripe. How about 006 at the top end for Greg? Rob Strong driving the Firebird alongside Jody George driving the 90 Olds. 759 dial in for the Oldsmobile. Firebird dialed in at 687. Tree on its way down. Jody hangs it red. Rob Strong, 001 on the tree. Gets the automatic win based on the fact he put up a green light. Runs it out, goes a 681 on 687. Jody runs a 710 with 7 on a 759. Rick Barnhouse out of Yucaipa driving the 56 Ford, taking off for the other end. And if he looks in that rearview mirror, he's going to be happy because on the other lane, Darren Taylor hung it red. 761 with a 9 on a 758, and Rick with his nice 024 light takes the win. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro Door Car, Super Pro Door Car. Buybacks. Double entries, lane 1 and 2. Regular number of entries, like 1. Lanes 3 and 4. Again, Super Pro Door Car buybacks. Well, here we go. A couple of folks here that could find themselves in the final and previously at these races have. Mike Agnew, driving a 1969 Chevelle 607 to dial in, alongside C.W. Hofer. Hofer dialed in at a 730. They get to the stripe on the other end, and Mike Agnew, kind of starting out where he left off last night, goes 607 with a 9 on a 607 after an 034 light, and takes a listen to this, less than a thousandth of a second stripe as he goes 8 thousandths to the finish line for the win. CW at 31 with an 8 at 92 miles an hour. And, man, that's hard to even call that race. You don't know until that light comes up who's winning that one. Wow, was that tight. Leslie Emery, Affordable Transmissions, the 94 S10 along at 701, alongside Sasha Hofer, the 91 Firebird. Tree comes down, everybody leaves, everybody's green. Pickup truck right out alongside the window there is Sasha. Pickup truck takes the win. 702 with a 0 on a 701. Sasha 35 with a 4 on a 31. Sasha had the better of the 2 green lights with an 033, but the 047 light was enough when you ran within exactly 100th of your dial. Sasha ran off by 4, and that cost her the race. Logan Pagano. Logan, 790 to dial in on that street-driven, very fast street-driven Corvette, alongside Joshua DeSouza. Joshua driving the Phantom. Just in time for Halloween. 690 to dial in on that little bitty hard-to-find dragster. Both lights are green and not a whole lot separating them on this, and get to the other end. The wind light comes up and tells you Logan Pagano. Logan 790 with a 1 on a 790 dial-in. He was actually 2/200ths of a second slower than Joshua. Joshua runs a 92 with a 4, and again, we're back to that 0-0 stripe down at the other end, 0-0-3 this time. Logan Pagano taking a little bit margin just when he needed to, and 790 with a 1 helped a lot also. And he moves on to round 2. Jeff Dye, the 64 Nova. You see over in the 3-way Chevrolet lane. Oops, goes red. And that puts Richard Lello. Richard didn't have a light you want to brag about, but the fact of the matter was he runs out the other end with a wind light already guaranteed and 717 on a 718 dial, and he moves on to the next round. I mean, Leo. That's what I meant. Here's Jeff Kreider. Jeff got a lot of lucky numbers there. D777 on the Wonder Wagon. And 746 is what he's dialed. Ed Niquette is driving the 05 Cavalier. Nice looking machine. 409 cubic inch Chevy under the hood. He's going to give over a 2-second head start to the Wonder Wagon. Feet don't fail me now. Kreider's going to take off, and then Ed's coming after him. Don't look now. Well, look now. The wind light comes up. Jeff Kreider out the line with a much better 027 light. Goes 474 with a 9 on his, 447 with a 9 on his 446 dial. 42 with a 0 and a 41 for Ed, but he gave up 4 on the tree, and that was the end of that. Randy Snyder. Randy driving a 73 Vega GT because he can, or because they can. 368. Small block, I'm guessing. Could be a big block, kind of D-stroke, kind of a weird little deal, but I'm going with small block. Mark Bevan driving a 72 Duster. Real wild-looking machine out of Queens Creek. Nice lights, both sides of the track. This one's tight. Down at the other end, it's going to be the 006 started out race, goes 661 with a 9 on a 657. Mark right behind him, not bad with an 027 light, but nowhere to go. 673 with a 1 on a 669. And that Randy takes the win and moves that Vega into the next round. Tim O'More, the 88 Camaro in the Michelob Ultra Lane, 596 the dial. Going to give a little over a half-second head start to Zach Ealing. Zach driving the El Camino. This is the El Camino with the flames on it, not under it. Oh, baby. Red light 8,000s for Zach. Tim, a real nice 014 on the tree. He takes that, and also 596 on a 596. Does it with a 9 at 117 miles an hour. And Tim holding the flag up for Tucson. Pretty orange Chevelle. 662 the dial in for Michael over in the three-way Chevrolet lane alongside a real pretty Chevelle. So we got beautiful Chevelles a pair. The Rancho Cordova driver, Paige Smith, the 67 Chevelle. Shiny black paint against shiny orange paint. Paige staging up. 662 the dial in for the orange Malibu. 612 for the black Malibu. Red light for Paige. Michael 024 on the tree. How close to the 62 can he go? 680, way off the number. Not quite sure what happened. Paige no smoke, no nothing, just didn't seem to run the number. Paige goes 613 at 111 miles an hour, but started that out with an 019 red light. Chris Pintor driving the little Chevy 2, 647 the dials a pair as the 67 Bel Air. So a little heads-up racing going on right here, or a little gamesmanship, or a little of both. Oh, baby, red light for Chris Pinter. Rick Finley taking that big old 67 Bel Air to the second round. Goes a 47 with a 3 on a 47. Chris runs it out and only runs a 60 or 650 with a 7 on his 47. Michael Dye, the 83 Capri, alongside the red 70 Nova, Shelby Schoenfeld. 673 for Shelby, 672 for Michael. Shelby goes red. Michael goes green. Michael goes under by a bit. He goes under by 3 and change, but with that green light, goes on to the next round. Shelby goes red, then runs under as well. Here's Garrett Agnew. Garrett running alongside Scott Taylor. Scott Taylor driving the Chevelle. Garrett Agnew driving what I'm guessing is a very small dragster over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Garrett Agnew dialed in a 639 in the dragster, 662 for the door car. So door car will be leaving first, and then the junior comp style dragster going to come after him. Red light for Scott Taylor by 7th out. Garrett's good as he's green, runs the other end, 37 on a 39. But with that green light, takes the win, 61 with a 2 on a 62 for Scott. And he might be parking at Chevelle. Stan Montgomery, 1963 Chevy 2. The blue car you see over in the three-way Chevrolet lane, alongside John Victorino. It's a Datsun, like a 240Z. Stuffed the 350 cubic inch Chevy engine under the hood, and says, here you go, 745 all day long. Little Datsun wiggled a little bit, but unfortunately he also went red a little bit. So he missed the tree by 7th out to the red side. Stan Montgomery puts it up green and runs it all the way out. Goes 604 on a 98. Not quite sure what the story is there. John Victorino runs way quicker. I think he decided to clear his stop and see what you got. I'm not sure what's going on there. Shelby Williams, 623 in the 67 Camaro, alongside Monty Beal, the 33 Ford Coupe, 427 cubic inches of Chevy power, making that Ford tough with the Chevy stuff is what that man's doing. 581's the dial in for the Coupe. So the 67 Camaro is going to get an opportunity to go first. Shelby gets down there first, but breaks out. Monty Beal, an 82 with a 4 on an 81, and Monty with a nice 02 light. Puts on the win light. 33 Ford Coupe moves on to the next round. Shelby runs a 21 with a 9. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Super Pro Dragster. Super Pro Dragster. Doubles, lanes 1, 2. Singles to lanes 5 and 6. Remember, Super Pro Dragster buybacks if you are double entered or your car's being driven by 2 different people and you got it. Any way that the combination works where that car's got to go down the track twice, you put it in lanes 1 and 2. Everyone else, come on down to lanes 5 and 6. They're wide open, loads of fun. Justin Short driving that 64 Chevelle. It's black and it's white. There's no gray there. 552 the dial in for that machine. Sean Ealing. Sean driving the 91 Corvette. Tree's on its way down. Sean leaves. Chevelle leaves. Everybody's green. Gets down the other end. The wind light says Sean Ealing. 661 with 3 on a 59. Starts out with a 007. 007 green. Justin goes 034. Good light, but not enough. 552 with a 9 on 552. Closer to the dial, but unfortunately gave up a little too much on the tree. I got a Mickadoo over here in the Michelob Ultra lane. You don't have one of those every day. Jason Pad coming down from Chesimir, Alberta, alongside A.J. Cameron. A.J. driving the 64 El Camino. One of the many mid-60s El Caminos that are here, and we enjoy every single one of them every single time. AJ 661 is the dial, 595 for the Love Truck. Everybody wheels up leaving, but unfortunately for Jason, he's wheels up and 4th out of the red side. AJ 7th out of the green side. That was a decent light. Matter of fact, he packaged this up pretty well as he goes to 661 with a 4. when on a 661 and started that out with a 007 light. Yes, folks, that's an 11th hour pack is what he put together there to put on the wind light. Jason Pad runs out apparently, but he only goes 6 flat on his 595. Here's Larry Pittenger. Larry driving that 68 Camaro from Williams, Arizona, alongside Randy Cloud. Randy had to give a little bit of a head start over to Larry, and then he took it all back on the tree as he goes 009 on the tree and then runs a 72 with a 6 on a 66 and takes the win. And Larry running under his number. Anyway, as he gave up a little too much on the tree and then breaks out trying to fight for the stripe. Greg Vining, 580 for the blue Chevy 2, alongside Larry Gies. Larry Gies, as they say. The 95 Daytona, Dodge powered. Is it Chrysler powered now? At least, Plymouth powered? Hard to say. 451 cubic inches of Mopar. There you go. That was the reason why they did that, so nobody'd ever be confused on where those motors came from. Chevy 2 sporting almost 500 inches of big block Chevy in there somewhere. Taking her time staging up. Tree's coming down now, though. Larry off the line, but goes under. Greg Vining off the line with a near perfect light as he goes 017 on the tree and then goes up 584 on his 580 dial and takes the win. Larry goes under by a bit, like 5 thousandths, but unfortunately gave up too much in the tree, and Greg moved on to the next round. That big old long burnout was brought to you in care of Emma Duschel, as she's got a 579 dial-in. Dennis Paz. So Dennis actually was double entered and double entered.
2 entries.
Yes, both of them. 65 El Camino, 674 is the dial. There's a possibility Dennis will make more passes in this thing this weekend than some people have on their cars total. $579 for Emma. Well, I'll tell you that. 6 thousandths of a second separate them on this end. On the other end, 8 thousandths of a second separated them on the other end. Dennis Paz 022, Emma 028. 74 with a 9 on a 74, 80 with a 1 on a 79 for Emma. And 8, that means the math gets teeny. 8 thou stripe down at the other end, and Dennis moves on to the next round. Here's Ryan Magnus. Ryan Magnus is driving the 67 Camaro. It is white. Mike wasn't even looking at the track, and he knew that. Carl Hagen driving an 00 Avenger. Kind of a quick little car, but his light's more of an 00 as this is, I'm red. 029 light for Ryan. Ryan goes a 15 with a 5 on a 14. Wind light was hanging about the time that red light was hanging in the other lane. The Avenger goes red, trying to track him down. He runs a 515 on a 515, of course. Why? Because you go red, you always do that. A very loud, very fast Pontiac. The Seas Candy Pontiac, dialed 495. Bill Bethel driving it. John Castro, the 72 Nova. 652 the dial. So a second and a half head start going over to John Castro. Sharpshooter Plumbing, the sponsor on that machine. Castro out there, Bill out there. Check this out. Less than 100th of a second separate him on the tree, but the better of the two lights does win as John Castro breaks out. Easy for me to say. 495 with a 6 on a 495 after an 011 light. So 17th thou pack for Bill Bothello, and Bill moves on to the next round. Robert Butler, 575 to dial in on that 73 Camaro, alongside David Pohl. David driving a worthy roadster. I'm sorry, I believe that's Robert Neighbor. My chief statistician here tells me. 518 is the dial for Neighbor. Everybody taking their time staging it up. It is so critical to get that thing right where you want it. Oh, man. And it's so critical when you got a 001. 001 for Dave Pohl beats the 029 for Robert Butler. Then he runs a 19 with a 2. So puts together a 13th out pack. That's good for the win. 76 with a 4 on a 75. Unfortunately for Robert Butler, he put up an 029 light and looking at a foul off a perfect in the other lane. Basically, you never lit up the guardrail. Anthony Mataza, 34 Chevy, 571 the dial. Alongside drop-top Corvette, Tim Wirtz making the trip down from Nampa. The Idaho driver, Ryan O. Rush Energy Drinks. $518 for Wirtz's Corvette. Excellent lights on both sides of the track. Corvette's trying to track him down. Corvette can't do it. Anthony Mataza, but it's in a double breakout. Mataza breaks a 70 with a 0 on a 71, breaking out by 1. A 14 with a 9 on an 18. Tim Wirtz breaks out by a few. Anthony runs down the other end. He started that out with a 006 on the green side. 028 for Tim Wirtz. That's why that got tight down at the other end. Here's Vince Campa. Vince Campa a little earlier. Dial is 516. Says he was looking for a little missing power somewhere. Wasn't quite sure where it was. Robert Croton. Robert out of Garden Valley, California. Not to be confused with Garden Grove or Spring Valley. 520 on Robbins, 1969 GTX. Absolutely cool car. 526 inches. I'm calling it a Hemi. I haven't seen it, but I believe it. It runs so strong. He's off the line with a green light, which was enough to win it. Vince goes 016 to the red side, then runs 507 at 140 on the 516 dial. So, Vince, the good news is you found the missing horsepower. The bad news is you also found the red light. Robin finishes that out with a 524 with a 0 on 520. And the next pair comes rolling right up. That pair, PJ Giacalone, the 55 Chevy, alongside Byron McCullough, the 67 Camaro. $655 dial in for Brian's 67 Camaro. PJ raises the wheels way up. Both these lights almost perfect. It's going to be anybody's guess. PJ goes 001, then runs a 78 with a 6. I think so far this is the best package I've seen this morning. As he puts together a 7th out pack, the 58 with 1 stab in the brakes, as Byron said, I'm not getting there. Let's give him the brake pedal. It goes 003 on the tree. So these guys were just staring at each other basically from about 400 feet to the finish line. And Byron said, I got to go. And PJ ran dead on his number with a 6 putting together so far what I've seen is the best package at 7 thou. Okay, we're going into buyback dragsters. And the first pair coming around the corner, Kaylee McKibben. Kaylee driving the red and silver and black dragster that you see over here in the Michelob Ultra Lane, 504. Dean Bush. Coming down from Las Vegas, the 07 Mullis with 632 inches of Chevy. 476 the dial. Here's somebody whacking the gas up there already. Dean Bush with an 011 light on the tree. Goes 481 with a 4 on a 476. 507 on a 504 for Kaylee. Dean had 2 on the tree, and that's about what he used down at the other end. And then tightens up. You talk about tightening up. 0.001 down at the other end. Booyah. Brian Schubert driving the 97 dragster in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Front motor dragster is going to leave first, 623. Back motor dragster on the Michelob Ultra side, 535. Long head start. Couldn't wait. Then check this out. If you would have been in trouble anyway. 004 on the tree. 21 with a 5 running it out. Brian Schubert moves on to the next round. Steve Williams driving a pretty strong machine. 445 the dial in on the dragster. 622 inches of big Chevy for power. Mark Lalonde driving the yellow dragster out of Cottonwood, Arizona, 489. Steve Williams is going to give about a 4/10 of a second head start over to Mark. Mark's going to take his yellow dragster and try to run down there and hold him off. The Beaumont, California driver driving the 22 Race Tech. Lights are real close together. This is going to be a tight one down at the other end. Steve runs a 46 with an 8 on a 45, closer to the dial. As Mark runs a 91 with a 3 on an 89. Although there wasn't a ton of difference, there was just enough. Steve takes an 0-1 stripe down at the other end and puts on the wind light. Steve Williams moves on to round 2. Jeff Jones, the Mickey Thompson sponsored 1972 Nova. That's the car you see over in the three-way Chevrolet lane alongside Justin Short. Justin Short driving a 64 Chevelle. I believe it says for sale in the back window. And I don't know if that was before or after. Won a little money with her last night. The price of that car might have just gone up as he goes 001 near perfect on the tree. Then goes 554 with a 9 to take a wind light. Takes a teeny little stripe down at the other end. And puts on the wind light
Forced Jeff Jones to break out by just a tad. Austin Downing out of Tempe, Arizona, driving a dragster. Mopar powered. Can you imagine a Downey driving a Mopar? Never heard of such a thing. Alongside Richard McFarland, Yucaipa's finest. No kidding, guys. I remember reading Hot Rod Magazine a million years ago. Richard goes 0-0-1, good for the win, because Austin goes red by a bunch. McFarland goes 582 on his 577, but he takes the win with a near-perfect 001 light. Last call, buybacks. Last call. If you are a dragster buyback, a Super Pro buyback, you need to mosey on up here now. Elliot Franco, 503 to dial in for his dragster over here in the Michelob Ultra Lane alongside Colby Fuller. Colby making the trip out from Savannah, Georgia. Like I said, you come out a long way. You ain't here to hand out your money. That's a fact. You came here to take it home with you. Excellent lights both sides. 006 for Elliot Franco, 012 for Colby Fuller. Franco puts an 04 with a 0 up there, starting that out with a 006 or 16 thou pack. 69 with a 0 on a 68 for Colby. 012 light gave up only 6 thousandths there, which means guess what? 6 thousandths at the stripe. Man, tough way to lose one. There's basically two winning passes right there side by side. Mark Barnhart, the 94 dragster, 457, is only going to give a 200th of a second. The Junction City, Oregon driver, Dylan Howe, 459. Staging them up, careful. Dylan's put a lot of win rounds in this thing already. So is Mark Barnhart. Interesting, they end up parking alongside each other. Winlight comes up Mark Barnhart in a double breakout affair. Barnhart is 56 with a 7, breaking out by 3 thou. 58 with a 2, breaking out by 8 thou. And Mark Barnhart gets an 017 light off the line. Tight little race. Well, that black dragster over there in the three-way Chevrolet lane down 461. This thing got a lot of passes on it yesterday as when it came down to the semifinals, depending on what his reaction time was going to be, he was either going to race himself or he was going to be racing the Shell Corvettes. As it worked out, he had to race lots of Corvettes. Matter of fact, he had to race one twice. He's alongside Kyle Raposo. Kyle Raposo dodges a major bullet as Marco goes red by 3 thou. Of course, he runs a 61 on a 6, dead on the money. 467 with a 3 on 469 for Kyle. He starts it out with an 04 light, but the good news was it was green, and that's all it took to win that round. Marco just went red in the buyback. Really? David Pohl, 04 Worthy car, 4.98. Alongside Cooper Chung. This is a guy that can do some serious damage to a group of racers. 510's the dial in for Cooper. Making the trip down from Vancouver, Washington. Cooper driving the copper color car. Dave Bowl driving the 04 Worthy dragster that you see over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. He's staged up, waiting on Cooper. Cooper's putting it in now. Cooper's going to take off first by just about a tenth of a second, and then Dave Pohl's going to try to track him down. Cooper off the line with a 006 light, near perfect, then runs a 15 with a 5 on a 10. As he's able to do that, running a 98 with a 6 on a 98 and losing, tells you everything that you need to know about that race. Eric Truby out of Bakersfield. Alongside Daryl Wirtz. Daryl driving the 020 Miller chassis dragster. Daryl Wirtz also puts on the win light as he goes 019 on the tree, then 56 with a 1 on a 54. 48 with an 8 on a 488 on a 487 for Eric, but unfortunately he gave up about 2 in tree, and that was the difference that he needed to give it away. Ouch. Gabriel Torres. Gabe going 459 in his dragster, alongside Larry Becker. Larry 490. Going to get a little bit of a head start. He's come over from Scottsdale, Arizona. Looks like Tom Bear gave him a few last-minute instructions. You point down the track, you say, go that way real fast, but do it at exactly the right time. That's the trick to it. Dustin Wirtz, you've got more parts. Dustin, we got a package for you in the tower. Gabe Torres, Larry Beckner. Who's it going to be? Gabe Torres. Gabe actually had the worst of the two lights. Both of them were pretty good, but Gabe's was actually 13th slower. He goes 460 with an 8 on a 459. That takes the win. 93 with a 5 for Beckner, and that doesn't get it done, even though Beckner had an 025 light. But Gabe just behind him by an itsy-bitsy bit, but closer to the dial. And then for the numbers down at the bottom, how about 004 at the stripe? Gage Cameron. Gage driving the black dragster that you see here. Dialed 5 flat. Mike Collins. He's also driving a dragster, but he's in the other lane. The Gilroy driver. It's garlic versus oil. The Bakersfield racer wins. 504 on a 5 flat. Started that out with an 013 light. Gabe moves on. Brian Kelly driving a Race Tech dragster, 455 the dial, one of the quicker cars around here. But he happened to be running one of the slightly quicker, like 1/100th of a second quicker cars, and Tyler Smith. So 100th of a second separate these two very fast dragsters. Both of them have exactly 632 cubic inch engines. If they weigh, the cars weigh exactly the same. Basically what you're telling me is one driver weighs 10 pounds more than the other. Okay, top bulbs are on. Everybody's making their way towards the start line, which means you're making your way towards the finish line. 660 feet away. Less than 100th of a second separate him on the tree. Win light comes up Brian Kelly. He goes 037, then runs a 55 with an 8 on his 55. 53 with a 7 on a 54, breaking out by 0.03 of a second. He started that out with an 0.43 light. There was room for everybody there, but not a lot. Probably somewhere in the neighborhood of about 2/10,000ths. Austin Schoenfeld, 434 cubic inch dragster alongside Dave Mazier. 476 to dial in for Dave. The 01 undercover car, known as the Lawn Dart. Everybody's in. Tree comes down. Dave Mazier goes red by, well, a bunch for the guy that basically invented the delay box. 0.014. 0.25 to the green side for Austin Schoenfeld. And then he runs an 85 with a 1 on 83. Dave goes 75 with an 8 on a 76. Dave goes red by 14 thousandths. Austin goes to the next round. Bailey Neighbor, 459 to dial in on the dark blue and white dragster that you see over here in the altar lane. Mark Kidd. Kidd Performance, the sponsor on that 23 Race Tech. 466 to dial in. So Mark Kidd's not used to going first, but in this particular case he is. Both cars side by side as they get to the finish line. Mark Kidd breaking out. Mark goes 65 with an 8 on a 66, breaking out by a couple thou. Bailey Neighbor clean from one end to the other. 0-2 light runs a 460 with a 460 with a 0 on a 459, and puts together a really nice package for a win. Dave Meyer, 472 the dial in for the blue dragster in the ultra lane. Dean Bush out of Las Vegas. His dragster's dialed in a 476, so 400ths of a second going to the three-way Chevrolet lane, and then off they go. Red light for Bush. Near perfect for Meyer. He goes a 004 and then runs a 72 with a 0. Here's your leader in the clubhouse and best packages so far, as that's a 4th pack for Dave Meyer. And that's in the buyback round. Wait till he gets serious next round. Here's Richard McFarland. Richard driving the Pontiac powered dragster. I'm going to bet you that that's the only one we've got here. Powered dragster, that is. There is a couple more out there. There's one or so out in Phoenix. Richard red by 4 thou. Then runs it out, goes to 79 with a 6 on his 82. A little too fast everywhere. 05 to the green, and that's all he needed over there to win in the three-way Chevrolet. 538 at 139 miles an hour. A couple more dragsters still in the lanes here, and then after that, just a few left out there. One of them happens to be Steve Williams. Steve Williams bringing his dragster around over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Steve Williams, 445, the dial in. Robert Neighbor, 464. Robert Naylor dialed a 464. Going to get a 0.2 of a second head start on Steve Williams' very fast Foggett machine. Tana Taylor, please come to the tower. Tana Taylor, please come to the tower. Tana from Montana. Okay. Gotcha. Robert Neighbor puts it up red. Steve Williams puts it up green. That's pretty much all you need to say about that, except Williams also happens to run a 45 with an 8 on a 45. Robert Naylor red by 15 thou, and that ain't going to get the job done. Looks like we have one car left to go, and in that one car that we have left to go happens to be James Warden. So you get the odd lot single in the buyback round. That's just, luck going your way is what that boils down to. That's all you got to say about that. 458, the dial in for Warden. Once he stages under his own power, this is pretty much a done deal. And he moves on to round 2. Remember what happens after this last car goes down the track. We're going to take a couple minutes, make sure the track is right, make sure everybody's right. And then we're going to start going into eliminations. Don't forget, not only are we running for the K&N Saturday $20,000 race, 59 with a 0 on 58 for James Warden. He started that out with an 020 light. We're also running for $7,500 of K&N's money in pro. And don't forget that the Door Car Clash, the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic Door Car Clash, always a great feature on Saturday night. $10,000 to win. Somebody's going to get that money. It's going to be loads of fun. We're going to basically what we're hoping to see happen is the Door Car Clash going off when any and all the contestants are available. We're going to start that first round is the plan. Attention in the pits for elimination round. Pro, this is your call. Pro, this is your call. Remember, of course, if you are double entered, please be in lanes 1 and 2. And if you are singularly entered, please come to lanes 3 and 4. Ms. Taylor, please come to the tower. Ms. Taylor, please come to the tower. We would appreciate you coming on up. Man, we're running a tractor. You know what that means? It's going to get sticky out there. We're, oh, Mikey, please behave yourself. All right. There's too much hilarity going on around here. Anyway, hopefully you guys are having as much fun doing it as we have fun watching it, because this has been some absolutely spectacular racing. Tana Taylor, we're looking for you. Tana Taylor, if you'd be so kind as come to the tower. Tana, please come to the tower. Tana Taylor, please come to the tower, Tanya.
Pro ET, round 2 to the lanes, please. Pro ET, round 2 to the lanes, please. Double entries, 1 and 2. Single entries, 3 and 4. A little bit of track prep here, and be rocking and rolling right along on K&M Filters. $20,000 Super Pro winner today, $7,500 Pro. The Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. So before we go into round number 2 of Pro ET on K&M Filters Saturday, our invocation, Racers for Christ chaplain Matt Miller. Matt?
Thank you, Mike. Let's pray. Lord, I just want to thank you so much for a safe weekend up to this point. You've just watched over all of our racers, and I praise you, Lord, for that. I just pray, Lord, that you would continue your hand of protection on all of our racers as they go down that track. Please bless them with skill and wisdom. Bless all of our track crew, Lord, as they watch over our racers. Give them skill and wisdom as well, Lord. And just give us a safe day of racing, and we will give you all the glory for it. Pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you very much, Matt. And if you've not already stood and removed your hats, please do so now as Hannah Taylor rocks the PA system with the national anthem. Tana?
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Tana Taylor, I got one word. Wow. That was worth the wait. Thank you very much. Pro ET, round number 2 on the pad with Darren Taylor and Pedro Valadez. Pedro down there in Fullerton. The Firebird at 7:02. And Darren Taylor in from Utah. Gonna chase it on that island. 6:08. That Michelob Ultra lane. It is now racing for real on K&M Filters Saturday, the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. $7,500 to the winner of Pro ET as 2 go down. 1 go down, and 1 come back. 2 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 go down If you are in round number 2 of Pro ET, if you're not in the lanes, you are late. So here we go. First pair, Pedro, Darren. Head start going at Firebird. Green light starts. Oh, baby, I'll tell you about this in a second. Watch that down there at the stripe. It's going to be Darren Taylor. They were both 002 off that starting line. Darren lights up that scoreboard, 609.1 on that 608 down for the win. Pedro parked it at 712.7 on that 702 dial, was 10 off. And wow, Darren moving on. Is Greg Dreher Colin poised. Colin, that's Nova, 675, get that head start. And Colin goes red, and Greg Dreher is moving on. Greg is 16 on the tree, and Greg goes 6.415. As Colin goes, he goes 100 miles an hour exactly again. Did that earlier. 021 red and 678.9. And a red light start for Colin Post. Now CP Auto Works Nova. Jeff Taylor, Joel Hudson. Joel the Monte Carlo, 656. Getting the head start over that Dodge Dakota pickup truck at 576. Red light start, Joel Hudson, Jeff Taylor, the automatic W. 36 on the tree, 5801, 119 on that 76 dial-in for Jeff Taylor to move to the next round as our national anthem singer, Tana Taylor, Idaho 70 Mustang, 649, and Dennis Paz, the El Camino. Of course, Tana just up here a second ago, rocking the PA system with that great rendition of the national anthem. Race one of the big-time players from California. Dennis Paz, 675 in the Elkie. Tana, 649, the Mustang, which happens to be LS powered. $5,000 difference in reaction time down there, top end. Tana Taylor, 6.508 on that 49 Island, 011 for the win. Dennis Paz, 016 and out by one. Taking a 200 stripe is Tony Marconi and DJ Homard. DJ, the Duchel family, wagon 642, getting the head start over that drop top Plymouth Arrow of Tony Marconi at 586. Green light starts. 1,000 difference in reaction time. And Tony Marconi by 3 thousandths of a second. 016, 587.7 on the 86 dial for the win. Deej was 017 and 43 with the 9 on that 42 dialing. And gone. Wow. Alan Brown, Brian Cam. Brian Camaro, 795, getting the head start over Alan Brown. 581 for the Coupe. Red light start, Alan Brown in this entry. Brian Camp, 16 on the tree. Brian Kemp, 796.7 on that 95 dialing in the automatic W is Paige Smith. Wow, what happened there? Brother Tyler walks up and looks in. Randy Stanley, the Gary's Automotive, Nova, 689. Randy, be over there waiting patiently as Paige started her burnout stop there. Paige is on a 615 dialing. Well, Whatever it was. Paige can gather thoughts back there, and because I know that man over there in the other lane on that 689 dial, and that's no weak dog from Idaho, Randy Stanley. He's getting the head start. Paige going to do the chasing. Now they're set. Head start far side. Couple of green light starts here. Here comes Paige running after that Nova. Randy going to drop that nose down there top end. Oh, wow. By 14 ten-thousandths of a second. Paige is 26, goes 6:16, on that 15 dial in for the win. Randy was 17 on the tree, 693, 1 on that 89 dial in. And by 14 thou, Paige Smith moving on Logan Pagano, Denny Valvo. Denny Farside, the Chevelle at 612, chasing Logan Pagano's Corvette at 789 Logan. Red light start Logan by 3 thou. Down their top end. Denny Valvo, 613-2 on that 612 dial in. 018 for the win. Logan, of course, dead on with the red light start. Stan Demi, Jonathan Knoll, the stick shift challenger, 705, getting a head start over that Kid Performance Nova for Dad, Stan Deming. 625 the dial for Stan. Clean green disc pair. That Kid Performance Nova starting to hustle down there. Stan Deming, 025, 627.3 on that 625 dial for the win. Jonathan Knoll, 41 on the tree, goes a 96 with a 2 on an 05 dial in, breaking out by 9. Chris Johnson, Jeff LaSalle. Wow. Jeff LaSalle, 651, far side. Chris Johnson, Michelob Ultralanian from Lancaster for Western Edge Auto Center. 593 for the Duster. Red light start, Chris Johnson, Jeff LaSalle, dead on 1:015, moving to the next round in Pro ET on K&M Filter Saturday. Monty Beagle, the Coupe, 581, chasing Mike Agnew. Mike Agnew had a good day yesterday. Yes, he did. Picked up that big check. Bigger one today. You got that right. 581 Monty Beagle, 606 Mike Agnew. Watch that front wheels on that Chevelle. Agnew carrying him out there. Clean green. Here comes Monty Beagle down there top end. Monty dead on 7:026 for the win. Mike Agnew, a 2 over 08 with a 5, but was 59 on the tree and was just eliminated right off that starting line there. Had no chance. Michael Lockhart, Randy Snyder, Randy Farside, Vega, 660. Michael, the 66 Malibu, and from Lake Forest, the South Orange County, just beyond the orange curtain, 662. It's like heads up. Okay, let's light that second light, boys and girls. There we go. Green light starts here. Randy in that Vega. Michael in that Stunning down there, top end. Randy Snyder, 026.62 with the 2 for the win. Michael dialed to 62 and runs a 75 with his 053. It's Tim Moore out of Arizona and Richard Leo. Cletus in the Ranchero, 718 for Cletus. Get that head start over Tim Moore, 598. How about the Tim Moore, 011, 1 over 99 with a 6 to take the win. Richard Leo, 30 on the tree, dead 8, couldn't get there. Wow. What were you guys thinking? Yesterday's runner-up, Chase Trimp, 653 far side in the Opal, and C.W. Hofer, the Firebird. Somebody didn't pull in line very well. I'm just saying, these two paired up in round 2. Head start to C-Dub on that 734 dialing. Boy, you folks out there, D8, watch this fun. This is going to be fun down there. Red light starts EW by 7 thousandths of a second. Red light's on, Firebird's gone. 025, Chase, 655, not on that 53 dialing. Getting the automatic win. So Sasha Hofer and Clint McKay. 612, Clint McKay to Chevelle. Sasha, 734 in the Firebird. Sasha goes 022 red, and Clint McKay moving on. Clint goes 614.9 on that 612 dial. Kevin McClellan, Jeff Kreider. K-Mac, the Elkie, 772. Jeff Kreider, the Wonder Wagon, 745. By the way, somebody left their tire gauge and staging lights. We have at the tower here. If you can read numbers, you can. No, not really. So K-Mac and the Elkie. Jeff Kreider in, Kevin McClellan in. Red light start, Kevin McClellan. Jeff Kreider, 20 on the tree, dialed 745 in the Wonder Wagon. 744.3. Jeff Kreider moving to round number 3 on K&N Filters Saturday. Scott Taylor, Cliff Hall. Cliff Hall, Hall Brothers Maverick, 601. Scotty Taylor. The Taylor Automotive, Chevelle 662. Cliff Hall, red light start. Scott Taylor moving on. Cliff had problems off that. Sorry, I believe it rocked in the beams there. Scott Taylor, 664.2, and Cliff Hall with the red light start, going to cruise in the Maverick there, and unfortunately. Rick Fenley and the hammer, Ron Nichols. Ron Nichols, 707, one of the big-time players taking on Rick Fenley. The Bel Air, love that car. The Bel Air at 647. Red light start, Rick Fenley by 9. Fouled. The hammer moving on. Dialed 707. Runs it down through there. The hammer goes dead on 1. And moving to the next round in Pro ET on K&M Filters Saturday. Larry Warren, Garrett Agnew. Warren, the 55 Chevrolet 656. Getting the head start over that Junior Comp Dragster at 637. Red light start, Larry Warren, Garrett Agnew, 634.9 on that 637 dial, and Junior Comp Dragster was 060 on the tree. As we get Mustangs, get a pair of Mustangs, get 2 Mustangs. Cal Gordon, the money pit. Right side for CP Auto Works, 631, and Amber Rutherford. And from Canada, 601 for the Mustang in the 3-way Chevrolet lane. Head start right side, Cal Gordon. How about Amber Rutherford, 003, 611 on that 601 dial for the win. And Cal with problems, 093, and then 97 on the 31. Amber moving on. Rick Barnhart, 761 to 56 Ford. Abigail Rogers, M&M Fuels Dragster at 660. And Abigail, R-E-D, and Rick Barnhart's Ford moving on. Down 761, goes 764 to 89 miles an hour. Rob Strong, Stan Montgomery, Rob the Firebird, in from Hemet and Horsepower Garage, 681. And Stan Montgomery, a Tascadero, the Nova 598. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Super Pro Door Car, need you the lanes, please. Double entries, 1 and 2, single entries, 3 and 4. Super Pro Door Car, need you to the lanes, please. Double entries, 1 and 2, singles, 3 and 4. Here we go. Rob's in, waiting on that Stan Montgomery to light that second light, just like that right there. And here we go. Green light start. Rob out there. Stan Montgomery starting to hustle down there. Whop. Stan Montgomery, 014, 6033 on that 598 dial for the win. Rob Strong missed that tree at 77, dead on 4. And thanks for coming. Tim Arnswell, Jim Hulse, wow. Couple guys who didn't line up right together either. 7:32, Jim Hulse. 7:31, Sunday, Tim Arnswald, right side. The Datsun, the Camaro. Jim Hulse at Datsun in from Porterville and Spanky's Machine Shop. Racing Sunday, Tim. Green light starts. Oh, this baby going to be good down there. Watch this down there at that finish line. And it's going to be Sunday, Tim Arnswald by 9 thousandths of a second. 046, 7:32.5 on that 31 dial-in for the win for Sunday, Tim. Jim Hulse was better in reaction time at 31, and then a 3 over 7:35.9 by 9 thou. Tim Arnswald. Moving on. Leslie Emery, Michael Dye, Michael Farside. The Mercury Capri at 670, chasing the S10. Affordable transmission team car at 702 for Leslie Emery. Green light starts again. Head start going to the S10. Michael Dye up alongside of that Mercury Capri. Michael Dye. 6.728 on that 70 island for the win. Leslie was also 2 over, 04 with an 8, but Michael with the better reaction time is Jeff Ball, Jeremy Everest. Super Pro door card, need you to the lanes, please. Super Pro door card, need you to the lane. Double entries 1 and 2, single entries 3 and 4. Jeff Ball, 592 in the altered. Jeremy Everest, 719, the Mustang. Clean green, head start Mustang. Down their top end, watch this baby. Oh, wow. Jeremy, 35 on the tree, out by 3 for the loss. Jeff Ball was 78 on the tree, and behind all the way down the track goes a 95 with a 7 on the 92, dialing for the win. Check this baby out. Jeff Taylor, the pickup truck, 579. Chasing Henry Robertson, the Team Bodie Stickers Mustang, 698. And Henry trying to have one of those Henry Robertson days that he's so used to on K&M Filter Saturday for $7,500. Green light starts. That Mustang is out here. Here comes that Dakota pickup truck. Not enough to get down there. Henry, 027, dead on 5. Jeff Taylor was 035, broke out by, got there by 2, broke out by 3. And watch out, I'm telling you, is Kelly Fedley and Alan Brown. The Brown and Brown Coupe, 583. Kelly Fedley, the pickup truck, the Toyota pickup truck. Toyota, 657 for the pickup truck. Red lights are Kelly Fidley. Alan Brown, 038, 581.6 on that 583 dial-in for the win is Chris Johnson. Pedro Valadez. Pedro B. Farside, 702 in the Firebird. Chris Johnson, Duster, 593. Red light start by 3 thou Pedro Valadez. Chris Johnson down 593 goes 5,995. and moving to the next round. Oh, by the way, Pedro's red by 3 was dead on 4. Logan Pagano, the Corvette, and Rich Llewellyn, the CP Auto Works Nova, 672, Rich Llewellyn, 790, Logan Pagano. Head Start Corvette. Nova out of CP Auto Works in Yucca Valley that Colin built in the shop there. And, well, his welding skills are pretty darn good. Red lights are Logan Pagano by 5 thousandths of a second. It hide all sharp objects. I can tell you that right now. Rich Llewellyn, 679.2 on that 672 dial-in. Logan was 005 red and out by 7 thou, and he is going to look at that time slip and shucks, heck, darn it, and all that other stuff. Tana Taylor, DJ Homard. Tana the Mustang, 650. DJ the show quality Nova wagon, 642. Red light start DJ by 5 thou. Tana goes 008 green and goes 6480 on that 50 dial-in for the automatic W in that Michelob Ultra Lane. Monty Beagle. Stan Deming. You guys don't know how to pull into the line. Alberta, Canada for Monty Beagle at 581. Napa, Idaho. Stan Deming, that Kid Performance. Team Machine. 624 for the old man three-way Chevrolet lane. Green light starts this pair. Here comes that coupe of Monty Beagle down there. Watch that scoreboard. Stan Demi 009, 626.3 on that 24 dial for the win. Monty Beagle is 24 and goes out at 83 with the 6 on that 81 dial is Michael Cortez, Randy Stanley. The Gary's Automotive Nova, 690. Getting the head start over the dart of Michael Cortez, 651, Michael Cortez. Red light start, Randy Stanley, Michael Cortez. Moving on, dialed 651. The dart from Fresno, 658-2, 103. And wow, what a great round number 2 on K&M Filter Saturday. The Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic in Pro ET. Super Pro Door Car, you will be out next. Super Pro Door Car, you will be out next. Super Pro Door Car, round number 2, with Dan McClellan and Greg Vining. $590 for the Roadster, $583 for the Sharpshooter Plumbing Nova, Greg Vining. Attention the pits, attention the pits. If you are missing a tire gauge, I have it in the tower. If you left your tire gauge in the staging lanes, I have it in the tower. So Little Mac left lane in the Roadster, Greg Vining right side of the Nova. There, we get them second lights lit together, and that tree comes down together, and their green light starts. Great matchup there. Little Mac 5-9-1-3 on that 5-9 dial-in. 0-11 for the win for Dan McClellan. Greg Vining out by 3 thou, and 0-30 on the trees. Tony Marconi, A.J. Cameron. The El Camino. AJ, 661, getting the head start over Tony. The Tequila Ride, the drop top arrow at 586. There was only one of these cars ever built a convertible arrow, and it's right here. Down there, top end, better reaction time, Tony Marconi. Tony 004, 587.6 on that 86 dial for the win. AJ, 16 on the tree, 62 and 3 on that 61 dial, and out by 9 thousandths of a second, the margin of victory, and the arrows coming on. Sean Ealing, Pearson Deming. Pearson, 655, three-way Chevrolet lane. Sean Ealing, the Corvette, 660 in a pretty big-time matchup here. Red light starts. Sean Ealing, Pearson Deming, dead on the tree, dialed 655. Pearson is 6532. 103 for the automatic W three-way Chevrolet lane. Jeff Jones, Ryan Mangus. The Calvert Racing, K&N's, Mickey Thompson Tire Nova for Jeff Jones. 598 for Double J three-way Chevrolet lane. And Ryan Mangus, 615 in the white first-generation Camaro. Yes, a white first-gen Camaro. Stunning. Head start to the Camaro. That wheel standing Nova. This will be a Kodak moment, I'm telling you. Well, Jeff Jones ruined it. Right now, Ryan Mangus is going to ruin it. Mangus, 35 on the tree, 60 with a 2 on that 15 dial for the win. Jeff left some down here at 67 and 05 on that 98 dial and could not get around Mangus. Byron McCullough, Dennis Paz. A couple of guys who've done this before. The Pazmobile, the El Camino 674, getting the head start. Byron McCullough. The air conditioning guy at J&M Air Conditioning, 658. Byron right side. Attention to the bits, attention to the bits. Super Pro Dragsters, double entries 1 and 2, single entries 5 and 6. Super Pro Dragsters. Super Pro Dragsters, double entries 1 and 2, single entries 5 and 6. Need you the lanes now. Red light start, Dennis Paz. Byron goes down through there on that 658 dial-in, 654-0. 49 on the tree for the win. Anthony Matazza, Greg Dreer. 643, Greg Dreer in the Camaro. 570, Anthony Mattausen in the 34 Chevrolet Roadster. Green light starts this pair down there, top end. Greg Dreer, 029, 41 with a 7 on that 43 dial for the win. Anthony, 5 better at 024, got there first by 2, broke out by 3. Is Bill Botello. Andrew Olson, the fuel-ejected Camaro for Andrew and the old man Charlie. And Bill Botello, Smith, Nevada, the Seas Candy, Grand Am, 496 to dial for the door car right side. Andrew Olson getting that head start on that 581 dial. Clean green. Oh, watch that Bill Botello down there top end. Andrew Olson. Andrew Olson. Dead on 6. 014 for the win. Bill Botello breaks out by a foul, but was just eliminated with that 035 reaction time. Brad Pierce. DeAndre Fitzgerald. The Posmobile Nova for DeAndre at 6:53. Getting the head start over that Corvette of Brad Pierce. 6:32. Brad Pierce. Green light starts this pair. Head start DeAndre in the Nova. Brad starts make that move down there. Brad Pierce. Brad was 002 on the tree. It was 2 over 634.2 on that 32 dial for the win. DeAndre 30 on the tree and a 1 over 654.3. But Brad moving on in the Corvette is Jonathan Fiello, Ricky Duschel. Ricky had a very good Friday. The shootout runnered up to that Marco Pervolaris. The Corvette at 557, chasing that Nova at 572 for Jonathan Fiello. Red light start, Jonathan by 5 thou. Ricky marching on to that Corvette. 5:55.9 for the Corvette. 010 on the tree. Jonathan Fiello, 005 red, and of course dead on 2. Tim Wirtz and Robin Croughton. Robin Croughton excavating and grading GTX. 523. The Corvette for Rhino Rush Energy Drinks. 516, Tim Wirtz, 3-way Chevrolet lane. Robin is 009 red and shut it off. Tim Wirtz, 31 on the tree. 516.8 on that 515.8 on that 516 dial. And Robin coasting at 908. And the red lights on. GTX is gone. Petey Booth, Joe Levitt. Left far side. That's that Nova 609. Steiny in the Hughes Performance Porsche. 568. Petey Booth. Head start, Joe Levitt. The Porsche coming after him. Green light starts. Down there at that finish line, Petey Booth. 5.696 on that 68 Island. 0.26 for the win for Petey. Joe Levitt, 57 on the tree, and then parked it down there. 6.12.2 on that 09. Hoping Petey'd break out. Did not work that way. Scott Taylor, Jim Hartsigan, Sir James, the Missouri Enterprises Cuda, 574, chasing the Chevelle in from Montana. That Taylor Automotive Chevelle, 663. Scott Taylor. Chevelle out front. Here comes Sir James down there, top end. Chevelle, 664.0 on that 63 dial for the win for Scott Taylor. Sir James was better in reaction time. Scott was 70. Sir James was 19 and then run 6 over 80 with a 4. And tied that baby up. That was 3 thousandths of a second to win light. Scott Taylor's Randy Cloud, Robert Neighbor. Robert the Corvette, 518, chasing that L&M Trans Service Mustang. 570, Randy Cloud. Head start to Randy Cloud, that Mustang. Robert Neighbor doing the chasing. Red light start, Randy Cloud by 007. Robert Neighbor, 5203. 140 on that 518 dialing. 033. Next pair, Mike Agnew, James Rutherford. In from Canada, Rutherford, that probe at 490. Chasing yesterday's big money winner in Pro ET, Mike Agnew. 607, Mike Agnew. Mike Agnew, Chevelle ain't no weak dog, but man, James Rutherford's pro, that baby flies. 490 to dial. Difference in reaction time, 6 dial, win light, Mike Agnew. 6085, 023 on that 607 dial for the win. James Rutherford, 4890 on that 490 dial and 029 for the losses. PJ Jack Loney, Andrew Manning. Andrew, the motorcycle, 558, chasing the 55 Chevrolet. It's dial 578. So head start PJ and the pizzazz. Gianna in the house. That's baby, by the way. Red light start, Andrew Manning. PJ, 39 on the tree. Runs it down through there. 577.0 on that 578 dial for the win. Gary Manaka, Dan McClellan. Little Mac, 588, the Big Mac Attack Racing Roadster. Getting the head start. Gary Manaka. 528, Manak, Michelob Ultra. Couple of 27 Ford Roadsters, BBCs for both of them. Gary's in. Dan McClellan lights that light, the three-way Chevrolet lane. Red light start, Dan McClellan. Gary Manaka, 001 green, 533-1, 128 for the win. And Jay Kasem, We're continuing on with this round of Super Pro on K&N Filters Saturday.
Mr. Mike English, thank you very, very much. Very heavy on the mister. Hey, we got AJ Cameron, the 64 El Camino, riding alongside Justin Short. Justin 553, the dial in that Chevelle. Kind of a cop car. It's got all the right colors. They're just not necessarily in the right spots. But 661 the dial in for AJ Cameron and that 64 El Camino. Big wheels up launch for AJ. Excellent lights both sides of the track. Who's at the finish line? Win light says Justin Short, 553 with an 8 on a 553. He had the worst of the two lights. You know when you say 01? Well, 01 was a 9, 01 was a 0. Cameron had a little bit better light, but unfortunately broke out by 0.02 of a second. Alfonso Zafla, the 66 Nova, alongside the 84 Mustang, Henry Roberson. Henry out of North Highlands, California. Not to be confused with regular Highlands. This is North Highlands. Henry everybody taking their time, staging them up. Alfonso 650 the dial, going to give a half-second head start over to the Mustang. 701 on a 698 for Henry Roberson, and he takes the win. Gets a little bit on the tree and uses it as it goes all the way down the track. 701 on a 698. Alfonso runs 750 with a 1 on a 750, but unfortunately, even as close to the dial as he was, he gave up just a tad too much on the tree. Pearson Deming making a trip down from Nampa, Idaho, alongside Steve Williams. Steve Williams driving the dragster. This is absolutely a lot tougher race than you think it's going to be. Pearson Deming comes down from Idaho. Last year he came down here with this little Nova and took about half the money home with him. Alongside Steve Williams. Dragster 444. A little over 2 seconds slower is the 77 Nova. Puts the vinyl top on it just to, give it the complete sleeper look. Near identical, near perfect lights. Steve Williams goes 015. Pearson Deming goes 0096. 6 thou separate them on that end. And then a 57 on a 54 takes the win. As Steve Williams, even though he was only 6 thou slower, went to try to go grab a little too much stripe away from that little Nova. And he goes 443 on a breakout, breaking out by 8 thousandths of a second. Wow. Chris Sudam out of Bakersfield, driving the dragster over there in the three-way Chevrolet lane against Greg Hicks. Greg Hicks and his hot licks. The North Las Vegas driver goes red. Chris moves on to the next round. Everybody breaks him out, but you hang a green light. In this case, you're going to win it no matter what. 478 with a 9 against the 481, and Krista moves on to the next round. Jonathan Flores, the black dragster. 466 to dial in, alongside David Meyer, the purple dragster. 472 his dial, so he's going to get just a touch of a head start, and then he's going to make a trip down the track trying to hold off Jonathan Flores. Fourth out, separate him on this end, down at the other end. 72 with a 4 on a 21 off a 021 light beats the 68 with a 3 on the 66 with an 017 light. Flores slightly better on the tree, and man, just tight racing everywhere you look. Here's Gabe Torres, 461, the dial into the dragster that you see on the Michelob Ultra Lane, alongside Brian Kelly. Brian Kelly out of Norco, 456. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Brian Kelly starts that out with a 003, then runs a 57 with 6 on his 56. Putting together a 19th thou pack. Gabe Torres goes 016 on the tree and then runs a 61 on a 61 with an 8, which then that sounds like little teeny numbers, and it is. 005 is the stripe down at the other end. Everybody good. That is a little teeny margin of victory right there. Tom Drake Jr. driving the dragster, 488. Guess what? There's dragsters on both sides. Trent Flores making a trip from Hanford, 506 to dial in for Trent in the victory car. Red light for Tom Drake, 026 to the green side. That gives Trent the win. Then he runs an 05. He runs a 506 with a 5 on his 506 dial. Tommy runs it out and goes an 89 with a 9 on the 88. Val Torres Jr., 471. His dial in, 461 for James Warden. Warden driving the red dragster that you see over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Val Torres, obviously in the other lane, that's a Michelob Ultra lane. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. James Warden goes perfect on this end and then runs a 62 on an 8, 62 with an 8 on a 61. Val Torres Jr. 026, then runs a 71 with a 2 on a 71. 01 stripe down at the other end. James Warden 000. That is a serious racing right there. Kevin Johnson, 450. Now that is a serious race car right there. 450, 632 cubic inches of Chevy. He's in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Tim O'More out of Tucson, Arizona. Wow, check this out. 006, 96 with a 1, puts together a 17th thou pack. That's Tim O'More. Tim O'More beats Kevin Johnson's 028. Basically, Kevin could run as he wanted to. He nabbed the brakes, hoping for best of it all at the other end. And with that kind of package, that was about the end he could do. Thank you very much, sir. All right. Colby Fuller, 4.40, alongside KJ Dessa. KJ, 4.81. Well, at least they're both out of state here. This is Savannah, Georgia versus Las Vegas, Nevada. For those of you that have never had an opportunity to venture into Savannah, Georgia, it's actually one of the nicer cities in the entire southern part of the United States. Just absolutely gorgeous town. Nice lights both sides of the track. Who's going to put on the win lights? The question. Colby Fuller, 0-1-1 on the tree, then goes a 41 with a 3 on a 40. 482 with a 0 on a 481, but he gave away 15 thou on the tree. KJ can't say you're giving it away. I mean, this is guys fighting for everything they've got. Colby moves on to the next round. Mark Barnhart, this is a fast car, a 457, alongside the 494, Mark Miyashiro. The Flying Hawaiian driving the 06 undercover car. Torco, the sponsor on that machine. 500 cubic inches of LS power. Mark Barnhart, New Mexico racer. Side by side at the end, it's Mark Miyashiro. 10 light and a 96 with a 5 on a 94. Puts together a 15 thou pack and puts on the win light. 21 over for Mark Barnhart, and that's pretty much the end of that. He had an 026 to start that out. Mark Miyashiro, wire to wire. Kyle Raposo, Bakersfield racer. Well, pretty tough guy. Question is, how tough are you? Because here you're going to get tested. Marco Paravalos, he's driving the dragster, the black dragster that you see. Well, the black dragster's a pair, dialed 462. So Kyle's going to leave first by a split second. And then Marco, the guy who ran twice in the semis and once in the final last night, puts on the win light for the $10,000 kid performance, trying to put on a win light today in the $20,000 K&N performance. Everybody's in, light coming down. These cars are dead tied side by side. Win light comes up Marco. He runs a 62 with a 9. Starts out, he actually gave 12 thou away in the tree, but checked out the stripe at the other end. Marco sneaks in there with a 008 stripe and good for the win, and Marco moves on. Kyle actually beat him off the tree, but unfortunately ran 028 over the number, and that was too much by about 9 thou. Back to action, serious action. Jason Pad down from Chesimir, Alberta, gets off the line with an 021 light, beating Dale Wirtz 032 off the tree. 456 with an 8 on a 456. 459 with a 9 for Daryl. Daryl doesn't get it done as it goes 456 with an 8 after an 021 light. And Jason Pad's going to try to take a little cash back to Canada with him. Gage Cameron, 501 the dial for the black dragster that you see over here in the Michelob Ultra Lane alongside Chad Ashford. Chad making a trip from Mount Washington, Kentucky. Practically a requirement that you have a drag strip within just a few miles of your house in Kentucky. I think that's the deal. Gage Cameron gets off the line with a 005, runs 502 on his 501 dial, and puts on the win light. 027 reaction time for Chad. He runs a 68 with a 4. So although he's closer to the dial, 9 stripe at the other end, and Gage Cameron moves on. Race Kid right now setting up a 468 dial alongside the 508 dial of Kaylee McKibben. Kaylee out of Bakersfield. Taking her time staging them up. Somebody's going to grab that bottom bulb. Who's it going to be? There we go. They both put them on. Identical timing. Tree comes down. Kaylee McKibben breaks out by 1. Race Kid a 73 with a 2 on a 68 after a beautiful 010 light. Put on the wind light at 136.21 miles an hour. Cooper Chun still at it. He's out there going after him. This one's tough. Dylan Howe. Dylan 4:47. That baby's fast. Cooper Chun's not nearly as fast, but I'll tell you what, this guy's been chopping a tree down all day. So Dylan and Cooper going to tangle right here. Up on the converter, there to go. Oh, baby, Dylan goes red. 11th out of the red side. Cooper Chung hanging the green light gives him the win. Then he goes a 5:10 with a 3 on a 5:11. And Cooper moves on to the next round. All those front motor dragsters stretching out the rods on their way out of the water hole. Alongside Steve Hendricks. Steve driving the back motor dragster, 477 is his dial. 485, the dial for the front motor dragster. Austin Schoenfeld out of Magna, Utah. Front motor dragster, 434-inch small block. Alongside Steve Hendricks, 632-inch big block. Man, there's exactly two different ways to basically skin the same cat. 013 off the tree for Austin, and that's what it took as he runs an 85 with an 8 on an 85. 78 with a 4 on 77. Austin gets about 100th of a second off the tree and takes it all the way down to the finish line where he takes a 017 stripe. Steve Hendricks giving it a good try with the 024 light, but give that one up, and it went all the way down the track with him. Austin moves on to the next round. Tom Baird got it dialed 5 flat. I guess he's run a little gas out of it. I'm not quite sure why he changed the dial in, but he did. Dale bringing that Bruguer's Dairy 99 Tuttle chassis car to the line. 5, 4, 7. Going to get a half-second head start over the Professor. Well, school ain't out yet, but let's see what we got. Tom Baird gets off the line, 0-1-1. That's pretty decent. And then he runs dead on while he's at it. Dead on with a 7 for an 18th thou pack. Dale gets off the line with an 0-2-5 light, and pretty much after that, the point is mute. 5:48 with a 3 on a 5:47. Dean Bush, 477 for that '07 Mullis chassis. The orange dragster, that 470 dial for the San Utah driver, Tyler Myrip. Taking his time staging up. Tyler finally drops it in there. Up on the converter and off they go. Dead silence generally means somebody is just about perfect right there. Dean Bush, 001 on the tree. 78 with a 0 for 11th Al Pack. 70 with a 7 on a 70 for Tyler. And normally an 018 light's a pretty good light. You'd be pretty happy with that. But unfortunately not when somebody's packaging it up like he is. Dean Bush. He got the beans. Dylan Edwood out of Tustin. 539 the dial for the blue, black, silver dragster. Byron Schubert, an older dragster. Matter of fact, it's so old the motor's in front of the guy. 350 cubic inch small block for power. Almost identical lights. Like I said, two different ways to skin a cat. Wind light comes up on Dylan's side. He goes a 45 with a 1 on a 39, good by 6. 24 on a 16 is good by 8. I'm not quite sure what happened to Brian there. Both lights are just 4 thousandths apart, 029 to 025. Either way, the problem with front motor dragster running off is the reason why it made a pretty easy pass for Dylan to put the wind light on. Mark Kidd. Isn't going to be any easy way to put this wind light on. Elliot Franco's got his work cut out for him. 5:04. He's going to get about a half-second head start over Mark Kidd and Kidd Performance Dragster. That dragster dialed in at a 467. Nice pass here. 015 light for Kidd. He runs a 68 with a 9 on a 67 dial. 503 with a 2 for Elliot Franco. Tried to just slide a teeny little stripe in there, but unfortunately breaks out by about 8 thou. And that gives the win over to Mark Kidd. As he started out with an 034 light. Jason Rosenbaum driving the yellow dragster that you see over here in the Michelob Ultra side with a 471 dial-in. Going to get to leave first against the 459 of Bobby Dye. Bobby Dye out of Ontario. Bobby Dye out in front almost immediately, and yes, he did. He cut an 01 light. That 014 light and then a 468 on the 459 as he started to backpedal. Jason Rosenbaum, 471 with a 2 on a 471. And, yeah, that's right. He unfortunately didn't do real well on the tree. Dave Mazier out of Escondido alongside Bailey Neighbor. Bailey Neighbor out of Mira Loma. 460 the dial in for Bailey, 476 the dial in for Dave Mazier. Mazier Enterprise car. It's kind of like the one they leave laying around. It's like, hey, Don, you want to drive? No. Hey, Dave, what are you doing? Well, yeah, okay, I'll take it. It's good to see Dave Mazier come out. We always enjoy seeing the Mazier family. Dave's second generation racer. Going down to the other end there, 005's a pair. Both racers hit it dead on. And check this out. Dave Mazier puts together a 6th thou pack and as compared to a 7th thou pack. No kidding. 1,000 separates them at the other end. 005's off the tree both sides. Bailey Neighbor and Dave Mazier. That is one to take a picture of right there. Wow. So 6th thou pack beats the 7th thou pack. Yeah, exactly. Two easy winners right there, and there it goes. Wow. What a shot. Attention the pits. Pro, double enters lanes 1 and 2. And regularly entered just 5 and 6. So again, pro. This is your call to lanes. Richard McFarland goes red by 4th thou. Richard, do not look at your time slip. Brutal way to lose. Look great. Missing the light by 4,000. Dave Kombrowski takes the win in dragster. Runs a 12:48 on a 5:11 as he had problems all the way down the track. But the one problem he didn't have was the light went green. Ryan Mangus. Ryan alongside Robert Butler. Butler dialed a 473. Ryan's dialed 474. I think it just kind of happened that way. I don't believe anybody's playing with anybody. Just as a random pair in lanes, you just get what you get. Again, pro, you've been called. Pro, double enters lanes 1 and 2. Pro, double enters lanes 1 and 2. 5 and 6 for the singularly entered pro cars. All right. This is guaranteed to be a good race, and there's no arguing that after seeing the trees. 74 with a 3. I was starting it out with a 13 light, takes the win. Ryan, a nice 027 light, goes 476 on a 474, and that was enough to give enough room to Robert Butler to take the win. Neil Pessimone out of Las Vegas, Nevada. The white dragster dialed 480. Dave Meyer going to get about an 800th of a second head start. Everybody's staging them up. Red light for Dave Meyer. Neil moves on. He started that out with a nice 013 and then goes an 80 with a 7 on an 80. 472 on a 472 for David, but if you start out with a red light, chances are you're not winning that round. Tristan Craig out of Henderson, Nevada. 547, 479 for Greg Hicks. So here we are. We're putting the Nevada races together this round. The Copper Color Fig Speed sponsored machine. 2018 Race Tech chassis, 605 cubic inches. That ought to be enough to make that one move. Tristan Cox backed away just a touch. There we go. Pulling it back into the lane. Again, pro, you've been called. Double enter pros, lanes 1 and 2. And regularly entered pros into 6 and 7. Greg, patiently waiting. Pro, listen up. 1 and 2 for double entered pros. 6 and 7 for singularly entered pros. Green light's a pair. Tristan trying to hold off Greg Hicks. Can't do it. Double breakout affair. Greg Hicks closer to the numbers. He goes a 78 with a 9 on a 79. Breaking out by a thou. And a 46 with a 6 on a 47. Breaking out by 4 thou. Greg Hicks takes the win. Tommy Drake Jr., 565 cubic inch dragster alongside Gage Cameron. Gage Cameron off the line with an 010 light, then runs a 501 with an 8 on a 501. 066. Reaction time for Tommy was pretty much the end of it as he ran dead on with a 1, but unfortunately gave away on a tree. Steve Williams coming back around. 443, dial in on that very fast dragster. Val Torres Jr. .470 for Val Torres, so he's going to get about a 0.3 of a second head start. Trees down, cars leaving. Everybody's got a green light, and everybody caught a good green light. The better of the two green lights goes to Val Torres Jr. Val Torres, an 015 on the tree, runs a 70 with a 0 on a 70 for a 15th pack. Actually forced a little bit of a breakout, a 0.6 of a second breakout for Steve Williams. Mark Barnhart dialed a 459, his dragster. Man, in the world of dragsters, a 1994 is kind of an old one, but kind of a fast one too, 459. KJ, he's got his out there with a 481 dial. That's bright yellow dragster you see over in the Michelob Ultra lane. Double breakout at the other end, closer to the dial and closer to the reaction time. KJ gets off the line with an 012, runs a 480 with a 9 on a 481, so misses dialing by 1,000. 56 with a 9 on a 59, missing by 21, so that won't do, and KJ moves on the next round. Mark Barnhart gave it all he had, but gave up 12 foul on the tree, and that was a little too much. Kevin Johnson out of Draper, Utah. 453 the dial. 511 for Cooper Chun. Man, I mean, it looks like every time you look up, Cooper's got that car up there in line again. I'm sure he's doubled entered, obviously, but it's kind of like he might be quadruple entered. Wow. Cooper's in stage. Tree's on its way down. 5,000 separates him on this end. At the other end, 512 with a 7 on a 511 with the 016 light. Kevin Johnson grabs a 3-stripe when he needed to grab a 2-stripe as he goes a 451 with a 7 on a 453. And that was enough breakout to put the win light over there in the ultra lane. Daryl Wirtz, 455, the dial in on that machine. He's in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Gabe Torres, 460, the dial on the dragster that you see over here in the Michelob Ultra lane. Good lights both sides of the track. Gabe Torres, even though he gave away 4,000 at the start, 460 with a 5 made up for it. He runs dead on with 5. Daryl goes 54 with a 3 on a 55, 7th out breakout. He started out with a nice 016 light. Looks like we're down to our last couple dragsters here. Kyle Raposo out of Bakersfield, 468 to dial, and 469 for Race Kid. Race off the line with a nice 020 light and takes it to the finish line. 70 with a 9 on a 69 dial. After an 020, Kyle Raposo 69 on a 68. And Race Kid moves on to the next round. We're going to take a couple seconds to just make sure the track is right, and then we're going to start pulling out the pro category cars. Mike Ealing in the 65 El Camino. Like to remind everybody that there's still some of the fashionable Silver State West Coast Classic sportswear. Okay, sportswear available. 661 for Mike in the El Camino. Staging it up all by his lonely out there. Wow, check this out. You're out there all by yourself, and what do? You go 003 on the tree, and 663 with a 9 on a 661, and Mike moves on to the next round. Here's Stan Deming. Stan driving the 76er right there. Kid Performance, 408 cubic inch small block, 625 the dial for that machine. Brian Cam out of Pacifica, the 84 Camaro. 84 Camaro's lining up with a 797 dial in. So almost a second and a half head start. Wow, excellent lights both sides of the track at the finish line. Double breakout. Win goes over to Brian Cam. His 010 against an 014 light, Stan Deming. He runs under by 6 thou. Stan runs under by 1 and 014. So better of the two breakouts, if you want to call them better. Anyway, is Brian Cam, and Brian Cam moves on to the next round. Greg Dreher driving the Camaro. Tana Taylor goes red by 7 thou. Greg runs a 48 with a 1 on a 45. Obviously, after the Tanya hanging the red light, normally you expect to run dead on the money. Tanya runs a 51 on a 49. Here's Clint McKay. Clint driving the Chevelle. Wait a minute. So Scott Taylor. He's driving the Chevelle. Scott's is a couple years older. The 65 Chevelle versus 67. 613 the dial in for Clint McKay. 663 the dial in for Scott Taylor. I'll take that back. That's a 66 Chevelle against a 65 Chevelle. There we go. Now we got the Chevelle straightened out. Breaking out, Scott Taylor breaks out by about 0156. Not too good when the other guy runs good to the number. Clint McKay goes through with a 614 on a 613 dial after an 03 light and moves on to the next round. Guys are going away in a hurry now. Jeff LaSalle, Coverdale, California, the 97 Dodge RT, as in road and track, alongside Amber Rutherford, Wembley, Alberta. '96 Mustang? Nope. 66 maybe, but not 96, that's for sure. 545 cubic inches of Ford power underneath the hood of that early Mustang. Jeff LaSalle gets a half-second head start. Amber trying to track him down. They go to the other end. Winlight comes up Jeff LaSalle. Jeff LaSalle takes a 1,000 stripe at the other end. So he goes a 53 with a 9 on a 52. And then Amber goes a 604 with a 3. Chase Trimp, the 1969 Opel GT. You bought him at a Buick dealer that year, if you can imagine that. They called him the Mini Brutes. Randy Snyder out of Orangevale. The Orange Vega out of Orangevale. Lining way up over on the right-hand side. Not quite sure what's going on there. Well, because it moves a little bit to the left as it gets on out there. Lights are 1,000 apart on this end, and down the other end it's tight. Randy Snyder's 658 with a 3 breaks out. 659 with a 0 on a 57 for Chase, and Chase moves on to the next round. For those that were listening and watching yesterday, you know that Chase made a long way. Monty Beagle from High River, Alberta. 583, going to give a 1 second head start to Richard Llewellyn. .589 on a 583 for Monty's good for the win. Richard having a little problem getting it off the line, then runs a tad quick on the other end. So Monty Beagle, 89 with a 0 on an 83. Good for the win, starts that out with an 035 light. Here's Tony Marconi alongside Ron Nichols. Liking this. Ron Nichols, 707. Hell, he's barely fibbing at all. Alongside Tony Marconi, 586. Start to hear the RPM come up on that old Oldsmobile. Hammer taking his time putting it in there. There we go. And just teasing that auto start system. 2 excellent green lights on each side of the track. Ron heading to the finish line. Hammers the brakes. There's a surprise. 708 with a 5 on a 707. Started that out with an 010 light. 026 for Tony. He goes an 87 on his 86, but the better of the two lights, that 100th over light gets Ron Nickel the win, and he moves on to the next round. He gets tougher as he goes. Darren Taylor, 76 Nova. We do have a full parking lot of 76 Novas. Michael Dye out of Paso Robles, driving the Capri. I almost called it a Mustang. Sorry about that. Everybody's red, but the better of the reds, Darren Taylor, 610 with a 0 on a 608. He takes the win. Misses the tree by just 4 thousandths of a second. Jeff Taylor out of Forest Grove, Oregon, driving the 99 Dakota. Cool, multicolored pickup trucks. Fast, too. It goes 577 for a dial. 634 for Garrett Agnew. Little teeny dragster. Off they go to the other end. It's going to be, the decision is Jeff Taylor runs a 581 with a 4 on a 577. Dragster runs a 36 with a 3 on a 34. That would tell you that Jeff had the better of the two lights as he goes 020 off the tree. 07 for the little dragster. And Jeff Taylor moves on. Rick Barnhouse alongside Tim O'More. Tim O'More, 598. Island for that 88 Camaro. That thing's fast. The 56 Ford, though, that thing's cool. The mid-century modern Ford, 380 cubic inches. Ford leaves. Chevy leaves. Ford out in front. Here comes that Camaro in a hurry. Camaro puts on the win light. He goes 6 flat with a 6 on a 598. Better of the two reaction times actually went to the mid-century modern Ford as he got 016 off the tree, but unfortunately for Rick, he runs a 66 on a 62, and it looks like he needed to run a 64 on a 62 to make that win. Tim O'More moves on to the next round. Paige Smith, 616, out of Rancho Cucamonga, alongside Alan Brown. Alan Brown making that 34 Ford Coupe work today. 582 dial in. Page taking time, staging up. Tree comes down, everybody's green. Alan Brown, 05 off the tree, doesn't do it against the 025 for Paige Smith. Page runs an 18 with a 3 on a 16, getting a 025 better light as is a 025 light. Alan Brown goes a 84 with a 9 on an 82. And that puts Paige Smith in the next round. Jeff Ball. Jeff driving the 23 Ford Altered. Okay. Alongside Tim Arnswald. The 67 Camaro Arnswald is off. Here comes Ball right after him. 5 fouls separate him on this end. 94 with a 5 for Jeff Ball. He breaks out by 5 thousandths of a second. 32 with a 5 on a 32 for Tim Arnswald. And Tim Arnswald moves on to the next round. Super Pro Door Cars, Super Pro Door Cars, listen up, we need you in the lanes. Super Pro Door Cars, double entered cars, lanes 1 and 2. Non-double entered cars, singular entries as it may be, Make your way to lanes 3 and 4. The Wonder Wagon, Jeff Kreider doing the drive in 744. Alongside Stan Montgomery, the 1963 Chevy 2. Chevy 2 is kind of fast. 598's the prediction. Similar reaction times as they get off line down at the other end. Stan lifts off the gas just as he goes around the Wonder Wagon, puts on the wind light, runs a 601 on a 598. Wonder Wagon runs a 48 on a 44. Stan Montgomery takes the win. Henry Roberson out of North Highlands, California. Not to be confused with South Highlands, California. 698 the dial-in on that Mustang. Alan Volvo. Alan driving the 72 Chevelle. Dials at 614. Henry taking the tree with him as he goes 005, then runs a 699 on a 698. The 614 on a 614 dial-in didn't do Allen any good as he runs under. He took a 5,000 stripe, but unfortunately breaks out by 11 thousandths, giving Henry Roberson the win after he got off the tree with a 005. Chris Johnson driving that 72 Duster, 525 cubic inches, a big Mopar, alongside Stan Deming. Somebody lifted already. What's going on over there? Stan Deming, he actually had the worst of the two lights. He goes 053, but runs a 23 with a 7 on a 23. That helps a lot. 94 with a 6 on a 96. Chris Johnson getting there first and wishing he didn't. Tana Taylor bringing that Mustang around. So this will be Ford versus Mopar. Michael Cortez, the 68 Dodge Dart, 414 inches. He spins this thing up hard in the water. 655. Tana Taylor, 651. Tanner running down for the other end, puts on the wind light, runs a 58 with a 6 on a 51. 56 with an 8 on a 55. Michael Cortez closer to the dial. Tanner, though, much closer on the tree with nice 030 light. Runs it through at 94 miles an hour. Plus, gets to run it through the next round. I'm telling you, there's just good vibes come, you know. I'm telling you, tomorrow we're going to have about 70 people volunteer to sing the national anthem. If you don't know this, the Mustang driver is the person who sang our national anthem today. And thank you very much, Tan. That was awesome. Okay, we got a couple minutes here where we'll check out the track and get everything ready to go as we get ready for our next round. Not only are we getting ready for our next round, we're also getting ready for Mr. Mike English. Listen up. If you've got money coming, or if you'd like to spend some, either way, swing on over to the Silver State West Coast Classics trailer, and you can pick up your payouts, and you can pay out for clothes. That's right. Some of the finest sportswear available is over there. I'm sporting some myself right now, as I've got on a very, very, very large, cool t-shirt. Well, I'm going to go watch a little drag racing, and Mike English is going to tell you about a little drag racing. Attention in the pit, Super Pro Door Cars, Super Pro Door Cars, you have been called. You should be in the lanes because I'm telling you, them dragsters are going to be coming after you here real shortly, like. First call, dragsters, listen up, dragsters, listen up. Double enter dragsters, lanes 1 and 2, double enter dragsters, lanes 1 and 2. Singularly enter dragsters, lanes 5 and 6. This is your first call. Final call, Super Pro Door Cars. Final call.
A quick reminder while it's quiet with a little bit of track prep. Whoa, hang on. Easy. Okay, there we go. We're good. Well, a little bit of track prep down there. By the way, hey, quick reminder, 7 a.m. tomorrow morning, the Racers for Christ non-denominational chapel service right behind the tower here with Matt Miller giving the message. Super Pro Dragsters need you the lanes, please. Super Pro Dragsters need you the lanes. Super Pro Door Cars, if you're not in the lanes, you are late. Yeah, Pearson Deming shows up. So Super Pro Dragster needs you lanes on K&M Filters, $20,000 Saturday. Here we go, Super Pro Door Car. Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic on K&M Filters Saturday. Well, let's just start it off with a couple of primetime players that could be the final round, but it's not going to be because Pearson Deming, Pete Booth, the first pair. Wow. So the Porsche for Steiny going to come up right side, Michelob Ultra Lane, and Pearson Deming. The Nova for Kid Performance. Be that three-way Chevrolet lane. $655 for the Nova out of Idaho. Getting the head start over that Hughes Performance Porsche of Petey Booth at $569. He gets his two lights on, waiting on Pearson Deming, light that second light. Head start that Nova. Green light starts. Pearson's out there. Here comes that Porsche starting to hustle after him down there top end. It's Petey Booth. 5779 on that 569 dial-in for the win. Pete Booth was 037. Pearson was better at 24 on the tree and goes out to 669 on that 655 dial-in. Pearson tapping the brakes down there, hoping Pete'd break out. That didn't happen as Brad Pierce, Greg Dreher. Greg the Camaro for Bruno Casella. 647 getting the head start over that Corvette of Brad Pierce at 632. Green light starts here. Corvette makes that move. Not enough. Greg Dreher, 005, 48 with a 2 on that 47 island for the win. Brad Pierce out by 21 thou. 018 is Gary Manaka. Andrew Olson. Wow. Andrew Camaro. 582 getting the head start. Gary Manaka. Hot Rod Performance. Roadster. 531 Gary Manaka. Green light starts again. And down there at that finish line, Andrew Olson, dead on to 020 for the win. Takes out Gary Manaka's 036, 1 over 32 with a 6. Tim Wirtz, Byron McCullough. Byron Camaro, 656, gets a head start over that Corvette. Tim Wirtz, 516, Tim Wirtz. Super Pro Dragster, you should be in the lanes. Super Pro Dragster, you should be in the lanes. Head start Camaro. Corvette doing the chasing. Green light start. Watch that down there, top end. Tim Wirtz, 004, dead 9 for the win. Byron McCullough, 012, out at dead 4. 3 thousandths of a second. The win light going to Tim Wirtz in the Corvette. Scott Taylor, Ricky Duschel. Scotty, Taylor Automotive Chevelle, 662, getting a head start. The Corvette who run it up yesterday. K&N, Kid Performance Friday for $10,000. 556, Ricky Duschel. So head start going to the Chevelle. Then Aerospace Components Corvette. For RD, left lane doing the chasing. Green light starts. Oh, they're separated by 5 down. Watch it down there. It's going to be Ricky. Dead 6, 035 for the win. Scott Taylor, 2 over 64 with a 3 on that 62, 040. Headed to the trailer is Ryan Mangus, Mike Agnew. 608 Mike Agnew. The Chevelle. 615 Ryan Mangus. The Camaro. Of course, we know Mike Agnew picked up the $5,000 check on Kid Performance Friday yesterday. Like to pick up the $75,000 or the $20,000 check on K&N Filter Super Pro Saturday. Green light starts, wheels up, launch. 005 got off that starting line, second down there, top end. How about Ryan Mangus, 001, 1 over with a 6 for the win. Mike Agnew, 005. Got there first by 100, broke out by 4 thou. Ryan coming back. Tony Marconi, PJ Giacalone. PJ, Kelly in the house, Gianna back at the motorhome. 577, PJ 55 Chevrolet. 587, Tony Marconi. The drop top arrow. Green light starts again. 55 Chevy, arrow. Top end, arrow. 587, 5 dead, 5 029 for the win for Tony Marconi. PJ 38 on the tree goes 2 over 79 with a 3. And Tony Marconi coming back next round. Justin Short, Chevelle down 553. Chasing Mike Ailing. 662 for the El Camino. In set, head start to the El Camino. Green light starts. Mike out there in that El Camino. Here comes that Justin Short. Drops that nose. Mike breaks out by 2,028 for the loss. Justin a 1 over 54 with 1,044 for the win for Justin Short. Henry Robertson and Robert Neighbor. Wow. Robert 520 in the Corvette. Henry 698 in the Stickers Mustang. I told you earlier, this Mustang starts finding its way. Look out. It becomes a Henry Robertson Saturday. The rest of you are in trouble. But Robert Neighbor, that Corvette ain't no weak dog. 520 left, 698 right. Red light start, Robert Neighbor. Roberts 009 red. Henry 009 green. Henry goes 7 flat 6 on that 698 island for the win. Stunning. Robert was red and dead on 8. Super Pro Dragster coming out. Colby Fuller, Gage Cameron. Gage Michelob Ultralane 501 getting a head start over Colby Fuller. The Wagga Dragster in from Georgia, 441. Colby, three-way Chevrolet lane. Gage is in. Waiting on Colby Fuller like that second light. We are set in. Here we go. Their green light starts. Colby Fuller starting to make that move. Got enough? Yep. 014 4466 on that 41 dial for the win. Gage was 44 and was closer. 03 with a 6 on that 01. 9 10 thousandths of a second. The margin of victory for Colby Fuller in that three-way Chevrolet lane. Tim O'War, Cooper Chun. Cooper, the DC Auto, Dave Barcelone, Trucktown Dragster, 513 three-way Chevrolet lane. Tim O'War, couple of big-time players here. Tim in from Tucson, Arizona, 495, Tim O'War. Green light starts here. Difference 3 thou. Top end, Widlight, Cooper. 0-11, dead on 2 for the win for Cooper. Tim O'More was a little better, 008, and 1/96 with an 8. Bows out this round is Jason Pad, Race Kid. The assassin for Kid Performance, Race 3-way Chevrolet lane, 469, getting the head start. Jason Pad, the Automatics team dragster, chasing the assassin, 456, Jason Pad, Michelob Ultra Lane. Clean green this pair down there top end. Race Kid, dead 1/013 for the win. Mathematically eliminated Jason Pat, who was 37 on the tree, but does run a 58 with a 4.56. It had no chance as Trent Flores and Marco Peravalaris. Trent Flores 5:08 in the Victory Express. Marco Peravalaris moneybags himself 462. Marco, who was the winner on Kid Performance Friday, for $10,000. Down there, top end, that win light comes on Marco. Marco 003, 64 with a 5 on that 62 dial for the win. Trent missed the tree, got there second, broke out by 5 thousandths of a second is Val Torres Jr., Robert Butler. Val 471 right side. Robert Butler, the itty bitty little head start on that 474 dial. Down there, top end, Val Torres, 008, 72 with a 0 and the 71 dial for the win. Robert Butler goes out 31 on the tree and out by a thou. Wow. Neighbors, Neil Pessimone. Cord Pro Shifters Dragster, Las Vegas, 3-way Chevrolet, laid 480. And KJ Dessa. LAT Racing Oils. Another Vegas runner, KJ at 482, Michelob Ultra Lane. Another one here, top end, KJ, dead 8-0-26 for the win. Neil goes out 0-45, 1/81 with a 3. KJ moving on to the next round. Pearson Deming, Dan McClellan. The Kid Performance Nova for Pearson, 655. That's getting a head start over Dan McClellan. The Big Mac Racing Roadster, 589. Little Mac, three-way Chevrolet lane. Oh, man, watch this pair here. 2,000 difference in reaction time. Wind light says Dan McClellan by 2,000ths of a second. A 1 over 590 with a 5. 015 for the win. Takes out Pearson Demings. A 1 over with a 5. 017. 2,000 to Dan McClellan in that three-way Chevrolet lane. Dave Klombowski, Dave Mazier. Mazier Enterprises house car for Davey Farside. 476. Chasing I Make Horsepower. Dave Klombowski, 511. Michelob Ultra Lane. Dave Klombowski, 010 RED. Dave Mazier, dead on 3, 018 for the win. Klombowski under that 511 dial and 5 flat, but Davey Mazier moving on. Austin Schoenfeld, the front motor drags her, 485. And Mark Mayashiro, Team Tuna Tank, 496 for the Hawaiian right side. Both drivers will be pre-staged. Itty bitty little head start going right side, Mark Tobiashiro. Separated by 1 thou. Down there, top end. Mark goes dead on 0-0-38 for the win. Austin Schoenfeld, a thou behind up that starting line, 0-39, 2 over 487-3, and cannot get there is Gabe Torres and David Meyer. Meyer 471, three-way Chevrolet lane. Gabe Torres, the Bell Torres team car at 461 for the Gabe Mobile. Green lights pair this one. That's going to be pretty good down there. It's real good if your name is David Meyer by 5,000ths of a second. David Meyer, 016, 472, 3 on that 471 dial for the win. Gabe Torres, 462, 3 on that 461, but was 021 and 5,000ths of a second. The win light David Meyer is Dylan Hedwood, Tom Bayer, Professor Tom. The Silver State Refrigeration Team Car, 5 flat, chasing Dylan Hedwood. The D&D Racing Dragster, 537, Dylan Hedwood. Green light starts. And win light says Tom Bayer. 5012 on that 5 flat dial at 015. Dylan gave it a shot. He was 22. He was right there. And the 3 over 40 with the 3 on that 37. Tom Bayer moving on. It's Brian Kelly, Krista Zudem. Krista. 481 three-way Chevrolet lane. Brian Kelly. One of the Warden cars. Brian, 458. Chasing the track champ. Oh, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Pro ET to the back of the lanes for Perry's, please. Pro ET to the back of the lanes for Perry's, please. Green light starts again. Krista out on 009. Krista goes dead on 5. 009 for the win. Brian Kelly goes dead on 3. 018 and had no chance. Krista putting up that 14 thou back when Brian Kelly at the starting line. 018. Thanks for coming. James Warden, Mark Kidd. The assistant manager, Mark Kidd at Kidd Performance, 468. James Warden, 461, that three-way Chevrolet lane. Clean green, great matchup here down there. Mark Kidd dead for 015. James Warden was right there. He was 011, gets there first by 1, breaks out by 6 thousandths of a second. Greg Hicks, Bobby Dye. Pro ET, back of the lanes for Perry's, please. Pro ET, back of the lanes for Perry's, please. Greg Hicks, 479. Bobby Dye, 459. Orange cards, get your orange cards. Greg B right side, Bobby left side. Pro ET to the back of the lanes for Perry's, please. Pro ET to the back of the lanes for Perry's, please. Identical 21 reaction times, and Bobby Dye dead 1. Takes out Greg Hicks, 1 over with a 9. Bobby Dye moving on. Cooper Chun, Gage Cameron. Gage, 503. Chasing Cooper Chun, one of them primetime players in from Washington. Cooper at 513. Gage Cameron, 005, RED. Cooper, 010, 511, 3 on that 513 dial. The automatic win. Dean Bush, Race Kid. The assassin, right side, 468. Chasing Dean Bush, 478. Both drivers pre-staged. Race trying to get it in to light that second light, and he bows out. Dean on the single run, 480, 144 on that 478 island. So Race Kid getting pushed off. The Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. Brian Cam, Clint McKay, first pair. Brian at 797 in the Camaro out of NorCal. Clint McKay, wife Estelle down there, 614 for the Bakersfield runner. Making their way to a $7,500 win paycheck from K&N. If you can keep lighting up that win light. Clint rolls up on pre-stages, waiting on Brian Cam. BK going to get the head start. Attention pits, Super Pro door cars need you in the lanes. Head start Brian. They are green, and here comes that Chevelle. Down there, top end, Brian Cam looks over, brake lights, Brian Cam out by 5 thousandths, 035 for the win. Clint was 069 and out by 300. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Super Pro door cars need you in the lanes. Super Pro door cars need you to the lanes. Chase Tripp, Jeff LaSalle. Wow. LaSalle at 652, chasing yesterday's runner-up, Chase Tripp at 657. A pretty big-time matchup here. Chase is in, Jeff's in. Clean green disc pair. Chase trying to redeem himself down there, top end, Chase Tripp. 660 with a 1 on that 57 dial-in. He was 3-4 better in reaction time as Jeff goes out dead on. Stan Deming, Jeff Taylor. Deming, 623 in the Kid Performance Nova. Jeff Taylor, the Dakota pickup truck, 577. Green light starts. Here comes Jeff Taylor down there, top end. That wind light says Stan Deming. 1 over 24 with a 9, 035. Jeff Taylor was 008 and could not get there. 5830. That's 77 dial-in. Tana Taylor, our national anthem singer in the Mustang, 651. Chasing Henry Robertson, 698 for the Stickers Mustang right side. Henry starting to have one of those Henry Robertson weekends. Green light starts. Henry out there. Here comes Tana starting to hustle after him down their top end. Henry, 7 flat 3 on that 698 dial-in. Henry was 007. The Hammer, Ron Nichols, the Oldsmobile at 707, getting the head start over Monty Beagle. The Coupe at 583 for the runner of Alberta. So the head start to one of the very best in the business at the finish line, Ron Nickel. But that Monty Beagle in from Canada ain't no weak dog. They are clean and they are green. The Hammer out to watch the nose that Oldsmobile drop. It's Monty Beagle. 1 over 84 with an 8. 12 reaction time. Hammer goes out with a 1 over 708. Could not get there. Paige Smith, Greg Dreer. Greg, 646. The Camaro, Page, the Mountain View Performance Chevelle, 618. In and set. Green light starts. They're separated by 2 thousandths of a second. Down there, top end, Paige Smith. How about that? 6:19.2 on that 18 island for the Wedge. He was 0:29. Greg Dreer was 27. Goes to 3 over 49 with the 4 on that 46. Paige moving on is Tim O'More. Darren Taylor. Wow. Darren Farside, 6:09. Itty bitty little head start over that runner out of Arizona. Tim O'More at 5:98. Green light starts again. Tim right, Darren left down there at that finish line. Tim O'More, 0:17, 6:017 on that 598 island. Darren Taylor was 38 and 13 with a 2 on that 09. Tim O'More advances. Sunday, Tim Arnswell, 7:32. And Stan Montgomery, a Tascadero, the Nova at 598. Head start to that Camaro in from Coachella. About to have a Coachella Fest. Or is that Stagecoach? One of those. Red light start, Stan Montgomery. Sunday, Tim, 0:23, dead 8. Well, that does it for that round of Pro ET. Super Pro Door Cars, you should be in the lanes. Super Pro Door Cars, you should be in the lanes. Attention the pits, attention the pits. Greg Dreer, Henry Robertson, need you the stage lays, please. Greg Dreer, Henry Robertson, need you the stage lays, please, with your cars. If you have money coming from Thursday or Friday, payouts at the West Coast Bracket Racing trailer right behind the tower. Also, if you want to go into town for dinner tonight, you want to look very fashionable, there's some West Coast Bracket Classic shirts, Silver State Refrigeration Event shirts, all that cool stuff down there, and you can look very trendy. So payouts and merchandise right behind the tower. Let me just clarify something. If you're going into town tonight and you want to look like Jay Kasem, get over there and get yourself one of those Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic T-shirts, and you will be a trendsetter when they lock you up tonight. No, they're not. But serious business. Payouts from Thursday and Friday and merchandise all behind the tower. And don't forget, later on, there's going to be pumpkin carving. I look at Jay and go, oh my. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. First call, Super Pro Dragster to the back of the lanes, please. First call, Super Pro Dragster to the back of the lanes, please. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Super Pro door car pulling out. Super Pro door car pulling out. Super Pro dragster, need you the lanes, please. Super Pro dragster, need you the lanes, please. Tony Marconi, Andrew Olson. Pretty big time matchup here. Tony, the El Bandito Yankee Tequila drop top arrow at 587. Andrew Olson, that Charlie Olson tuned fuel injection Camaro, 583. Kid Performance. K&N Builders, $20,000 Saturday. The Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. Itty bitty little head start going to that arrow out of Arizona. One of the big time players in NorCal, Andrew Olson, going to try and run him down. Couple of green lights start here. 4,000 difference in reaction time, top end. Andrew Olson, dead on 5. 021 for the win. Tony Marconi, 17 and a 1 over. 88 with a 4. 5 thou at the finish line to Andrew Olson. Tim Wirtz, Ryan Mangus. Ryan the Camaro, 616. Head start over that player in from Idaho, Tim Wirtz in the drop-top Corvette, 517, Tim Wirtz. Oh, watch this baby down there. Top end, that Corvette, make a move. It's going to be, how about that Ryan Mangus, 36, 1 over 17 with a 6. Tim Wirtz, 33, 3 better, and breaks out by 4 thou. Petey Booth, Dan McClellan. Little Mac, the Roadster, 591, get the head start. The Porsche for Hughes Performance. Chasing him on that 570 dial-in. Little head start, Roadster, far side. Super Pro. K&N, $20,000 Saturday. Couple of green light starts here. Little Mac left, Petey right down there, top end. Little Mac, 015, 592, 5 on that 91 dial for the win. Petey Booth was 008, but 3 over 73 with a 3 is Henry Robertson and Ricky Duschel. 698, the Stickers Mustang. 556, the Aerospace Components Corvette. Henry Robertson, man, I'll tell you, this guy, big time player. But of course, we know Ricky Duschel ain't no weak dog. Runnered up to that Marco Paravolaris yesterday. Henry's starting to have one of those Robertson weekends, which doesn't bode well for the other guy in the other lane. But Ricky's ain't impressed by that resume. Green light starts. Down there, top end, that Corvette got it up. Yes, he does. 017, 1 over with a 3 for the win, Ricky Duschel. Henry, 24 on the tree, 1 over with a 9 for the loss is Greg Dreer, Justin Short. Justin far side to Chevelle, 553. Chase and Greg Dreer's 648. Bruno Casella's Camaro. Green light starts. Justin Short in the cop car make a move. Yes, he does. Greg Dreer breaks out by 11 thou. Justin, 5.566 on that 53 dialing for the win. Super Pro Dragster, you will be out next. Super Pro Dragster, you will be out next. Jay Kasem going to take you through this round of Super Pro Dragster.
Well, thank you, Mike. Man, that was a lot of fun watching those tour cars. Man, there's just absolutely no way in the world. You can't sit there and say, oh, this guy, he's done. There's no chance. I don't care who you thought might have been the favorite. Those door car guys, which, by the way, the door car shootout is coming here in just a little while. So, yep, the door car clash brought to you by Silver State Refrigeration and West Coast Classics. 16 versus 16, Pro versus Super Pro. Attention in the pits. Pro, bring them to the lanes for pairing. Pro, bring them to the lanes for pairing. And here we go. Super Pro Dragster coming out. Pro, you've been called. Pro, you have been called. KJ Dessa out of Las Vegas alongside Cooper Chun. It's kind of interesting. Cooper spins the motor and then turns the ignition on. It sounded like somebody dropped an aluminum ladder. I was just walking by him in the lanes and like, whoa, what was that noise? But apparently it works real good. The Vancouver, Washington driver, 513, the dial for him. KJ is going to chase him with a 482. So the copper color car is going to get a chance to leave first. Cooper's copper color car. All right, here we go. Staging them up right now. Still got a pretty good sized stack of dragsters in that lane. Pro, you've been called. Pro, you've been called. On this end, lights are 100 apart. On the other end, wind light comes up. K-Day, he comes off the line with an 015 light and runs 84 with a 1 on an 82. 16 with a 1 on a 13. So Cooper over by 3, KJ over by 2. And also KJ had 1 to play with in the tree. So KJ puts on the win light. Val Torres Jr. Krista Sudam out of Bakersfield. Driving the dragster that you see over in the three-way Chevrolet, 480 the dial. Going to get just a slight head start on Val Torres Jr. Val Torres Jr. takes the tree with him as he goes 003. Krista, everything she could with an 016 light. She runs an 80 with a 2. That's about as close as you're going to get. The 73 with a 2. Check out the stripe at the other end. Val Torres figures out how to steal a little teeny 003 stripe. Here we go. Mark Miyashiro, the Flying Hawaiian, alongside Bobby Dye. Mark driving the Torco machine. Bobby Dye driving the dragster that you see over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. 460 the dial in. Mark's going to get a little bit of a head start. 3500s, and he's gone. Pro, final call, final call. Bobby Dye off the line first, but Mark Miyashiro puts on the win light. Bobby 016, Mark Miyashiro 027, but he runs a 96 with a 4 on a 95, closer to the dial, and a 66 10,000 stripe at the other end. Well, that's about a thickness of a fingernail, but, that was enough. Mark Miyashiro moves on to the next round. Last night's winner, Marco Peravalaris. 598 cubic inches of big motor, 462 the dial alongside the Professor. So Tom Bear, the Professor, he wins it the first night. Marco wins it the second night. So guess what? One of these two can't win it the third night. Watch it prove me wrong. We'll have a tie down at the other end. Nobody tore the tree down, but they're only 6 hours apart. Wind light comes up Marco. Marco goes 031 off the tree, goes 462 with an 8 on a 62, 501 with a 7. Tom Bear actually 037, so he was 6,000 shy on the tree. So like I said, nobody caught it really hard, but the way it works out, last night's winner moved on for a chance to be two nights' winner, as we again like to thank K&N for reaching in their pocket and pulling out $20,000 for Super Pro, $7,500 for Pro. Dave Mazier out of Mazier Enterprises alongside Mark Kidd. So this is kind of interesting. This is Friday versus Sunday, if you want to look at it that way. Sunday, over in the three-way lane, dialed 476. Friday, dialed 468. So Mark Kidd in the black dragster. Gonna wait just a smidge. That's an official term. Down at the other end, wind light comes up. Mazier goes 77 with a 3 on a 76 to put together a 14,000 pack. Mark comes off the line with an 020, and he's already done 68 with a 2 on a 68. Dave Mazier moves on to the next round. Colby Fuller, 443, the blue dragster. Over here in the Michelob Ultra lane, that's one of the quicker cars on the grounds alongside Dave Mayer. Dave, the 014 TNT. I'm TNT. 472, so we can get about 0.3 of a second head start. Let's see what happens. Hey, listen up. If you've got a pop-up and it's not tied down, it's going to pop up on somebody else's car. We're starting to get a little bit of wind, so guys, make sure that any of your sunshades and everything are all tied down. Dave Mayer, 023 light beats the 030 light of Colby Fuller. He runs a 73 with a 3 on the 72. Takes 7th out with him in the tree. Turns that into an 016 at the other end. And Dave Mayer goes on to the next round. Okay, we got a couple dragsters left, and it does look like we've got Pro filling in the back there. So we're getting our last pair of dragsters ready to go here. Our last pair of dragsters strapping in right now. Pro, you should be in lanes and paired up. Pro, you should be in the lanes pairing up. Okay, here we go. Last pair coming out in Super Pro Dragster. Race Kid does a complete burnout, no problem at all. So whatever it was, he broke something and he wasn't real happy about it, but he's back and ready to go. Cooper Chung. Cooper was our last of our double entries. So at the beginning of this round, he was sitting there going, man, I'm going to pull a Marco and run two entries all the way to the final. And now he's got to beat Race Kid just to be in it. Everybody's pre-staged. Somebody, anybody, there we go. Everybody tickled them in about the same time. Tree comes down. Two spectacular lights, 2,000s apart. Gets to the other end. Winner comes up, Cooper Chung, as he goes a 5.16 on a 5.15. The 16 was with a 3. He gave away 2,000s on the tree. 71 with a 1 on a 69 for race. So that left about a 1 down there at the other end. Wow. And here's Dean Bush with the odd lot single. .022 on the tree, runs the other end, goes 4.76 at 144. He was thinking of 4.75 was the number. All righty. Bro, you guys should be just about ready to go here. As we just watched the last pair of Super Pro dragsters go down the track, and then Dean got the single. So we're going to take a couple minutes here, make sure everything's ready and right, and then we're going to get right back to racing. Real quickly, I want to remind everybody, don't forget that if you've got payouts coming from the previous couple days, you can swing on by the West Coast Classics trailer that's down at the base of the tower towards the Grove. Swing on in there, and you can pick up your payouts. And while you're there and while you're throwing money around like a drunk sailor, what you can do is you can buy you some really cool swag. Get yourself a Silver State West Coast Classics t-shirt. I'm pretty sure they got earmuffs and down jackets and anything else you might need for this 90-degree day. I'm teasing. They got really cool t-shirts, but they actually do have hoodies. And for what it's worth, by the time you're ready to go home tomorrow afternoon, I hear it's going to be in the low 70s and then 60s and then into the 50s by the end of the night. So actually, one of those hoodies might be just the right thing to buy. Take one home. You know, while you were out working hard all weekend, you know, racing away and doing what you had to do, and, you know, your spouse was back there at the house, you know, just lounging around watching TV or whatever, you know, or cutting the grass or doing the dishes or, you know, whatever. You know, buy them something, little something to make you know that you were thinking about them. Also, like we talked about earlier, as it starts to cool off a little bit tonight, we're going to rearrange a few of the picnic tables out there by the trailer, and there's going to be some pumpkin carving. Pumpkin carving. That ought to be fun. Also, don't forget that the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic Door Clash Cars is coming here real shortly. The best 16 Pro and 16 Super Pro. Going to line them up, run them down to the last two, and then we're going to just find out who the best really is. Attention the pits. All remaining Super Pro cars to the lanes. All remaining Super Pro cars to the lanes. All right, here we go. All right, here we go. This is going to be lots of fun. There ain't a lot of these guys left. Where there was 16, now there's 8. Let's see what we got. Here's Brian Cam alongside Tim O'More. All right, here we go. Tim O'More, 598 to dialing alongside a 797 for Brian Cam. So Brian's going to get almost a full 2-second head start. And then Tim O'More up on the chip, off he goes. Brian Cam out first. Here comes Tim O'More trying to track him down. Winlight says Tim O'More. Tim 010 light. Runs a 6:02 on a 98. 99 with a 4 on a 97 for Brian. He's closer to the dial, but he gave a little away on the tree. And that 0-1-0 near perfect start for Tim O'More puts him in the round 04. Chase Trimp driving the Opel GT alongside Stan Deming. Oh, man, check this out. I'm just going to say it. You guys are a thousandth of a second apart on the tree. Comes down to the other end. Chase Trimp takes the win. Paige Smith in the 67 Chevelle 619, the dial, going to get to leave just in front of Monty Beagle's Ford Coupe. That's right. Probably the best-looking 33 Ford Coupe on the grounds against probably the best-looking 67 Chevelle on the grounds. But there are a couple cars that could make you argue it because there's a lot of really good-looking machines here. Anybody's guess on this end? Who's it going to be going down to the other side? Monty Beagle takes the win. Page goes under by just a little bit, like 3 and change. Tim Arnswald Tim dialed a 732 alongside Henry Roberson 7 flat. So Tim's going to get a little bit of a head start. Two Huskies separate them on this end going down to the other end. The answer is Henry goes into the round of 4. Listen up, listen up. If you've got a Super Pro car and you have not been eliminated, you are not in the staging lanes, all those things add up to you need to be here now. Super Pro, Super Pro, Super Pro, this is your call to the lanes. Super Pro, this is your call to the lanes. Real quickly, guys, I want to remind everybody, if you've got Thursday or Friday payouts on your mind, like you haven't gotten them yet, swing on by the West Coast Classics trailer, and they've got your payouts in the line. Again, Super Pro, Super Pro, Super Pro. You guys are on the ladder. So while you're getting laddered up, you can actually do a little bit of cooling down at the same time. So come on up to the lanes. Don't be bashful. As we continue with our K&N Saturday night. Well, it's Saturday afternoon, heading to Saturday night. And don't forget the Silver State West Coast Classics Door Car Clash, 16 Pro versus 16 Super Pro. Run them both down on each side, and then two guys are going to line up, and somebody's walking out of here $10,000. Absolutely awesome night of racing still left to go. If you're hanging out, watching the live feed, or whether you're hanging out in the grandstands, or whether you're still bringing a car up to the staging lanes, this is getting to be pretty exciting.
Peter Biondo's watching on the live feed. And
He's washing?
Yes, he's washing. Peter, Emily says you got chores to do. Go to work.
Mikey, I'm telling you, man. So again, Super Pro, all cars, Super Pro. You guys are on the ladder. It's time to come on up here. Still got a pretty good stack of pretty mean door cars left out there, along with a lot of really good dragster drivers. So only one previous winner is still in, right? Marco's still in, right? He's in one. So right now, as of the previous 2 days, we only have one previous winner still in Super Pro. That's Marco. Easy for you to say. I'm telling you, as soon as you add like about 4 or 5 vowels to a name, I'm going to screw it up every single time. The more vowels, just the more challenge there really is. She wanted to know if they made that reef shoe in a pump. Again, Super Pro, Super Pro, Super Pro. We need you to the lane. Super Pro, you are on the ladder. As well, of course, we're down to 4 cars in Pro. 4 really good cars, too. Again, Super Pro, I see you guys pulling up to the front. I'm going to believe you're all here. Super Pro, you guys load them on up because we're going to have a really good time. Hey, one thing that's good news is if you're on the ladder, you're in the money. Nice. Also, speaking of money, if you are owed anything from Thursday or Friday, you can go over to West Coast Classics Trailer and pick up your cash. Also, don't forget, of course, T-shirts, sweatshirts, mink stoles, all kinds of really cool stuff over there. Hey, as we get ready for Super Pro, I also want to let you know that we're going to bring Mike English into the tower, into the announcer's booth, and we're going to hear what he's got to say.
Fired. Far. Super Pro. K&M Filters, $20,000 Saturday. Silver Sea Refrigeration, West Coast Classic. Dean Bush, in from Las Vegas, and Andrew Olson. Charlie Olson out in front of that fuel-injected Camaro. 585, Andrew Olson. 476, Dean Bush. Dean Bush, 002 RED. Andrew down through there, 589-1 on that 585 dial-in. And Dean will look at that. Oh, by the way, dead on 8, Dean Bush. KJ Dessa, and Mark Damayashiro. The Flying Hawaiian, three-way Chevrolet at 496. KJ Dessa, 483. Michelob Ultra Lane. Pro winners back to the lays, please. Pro winners back to the lays, please. So itty bitty little head start going to the Hawaiian left lane and Mark Damayashiro. Team Tuna Tank looking to go another round. Green light starts here. Watch this, baby, down there. Check that out. How about KJ by 9/10,000ths of a second? 006, 84 with the 3 on that 83 dial-in for the win. Mark Mayashiro, 006, 98 with the 2 on that 96 dial-in. Could not get there 9,000ths of a second to KJ Dessa. David Meyer, Ricky Duschel. Ricky trying to march on. Remember, he runnered up yesterday, the Corvette at 556. And David Meyer, the Division 7 champion, 473. Clean green despair down there, top end. That wind light says David Meyer. 01674 with a 0 on that 73 island for the win. Ricky Dusha was 029, 2 over 58 with a 3 for the loss. Is Val Torres Jr., Justin Short. The cop car for Justin. Pro semifinalists, need you back to the lanes, please. Pro semifinalists, need you back to the lanes, please. Justin Short, the cop car, 555. Val Torres Jr., 471. Val Jr. Red light start Justin by 7 thou. Val 006, 2 thou, too quick, but it doesn't make any difference. Marco Paravalaris, Dan McClellan. The roadster for Dan, Big Mac Racing at 590. Marco, the big winner yesterday on Kid Performance Friday for 10 grand, going for K&N Filters, $20,000 Saturday. Marco Paravalaris at 462. Both of them taking their sweet times to tickle that second light. Light them up together. Head start Roadster. Green light starts. Watch that black dragster. Got enough down there? Yes, he does. 019 dead 6 Marco. Dan was better at 008 and out by 5 now. Cooper Chung and Ryan Mangus. Mangus 616 in the Camaro. Cooper 514 in the dragster. Door car getting that head start. Cooper going to run him down. Green light starts again. At that finish line, nose drop. How about that Ryan Mangus? Wow. 047-18 with a 2 on that 16 dial for the win. Cooper was 14 and out by 1 stinking thousandths of a second. Wow. You saw Ryan get down there in that Camaro and drop that nose. He said, Cooper, that finish line stripe is yours. And it worked. The buy run this round of Super Pro, Dave Mazier. Mazier Enterprises house car. 477 for Davey. Pro ET semifinals, need you in the lanes. Pro ET semifinals, need you in the lanes. Double 09 and 4775 14,000 package. What a show off. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Hey, don't forget, if you have money coming from Thursday or Friday, right behind the tower there. Also, we have some fantastic merchandise. It's going to get a tad brisk tonight. You can get yourself a hoodie. Look real cool. Pro ET semifinal round, Henry Robertson, Tim O'More. That'll be Chase Strimp, Monty Beagle. $7,500 K&N filter Saturday, the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. Tim O'More, Henry Robertson, first pair. Henry, that Stickers Mustang. Tim O'More, the Camaro. Henry at 699. Tim O'More at 598. To go to the final, K&N Filters, $7,500 Saturday. Henry rolls up a pre-stage. Here comes Tim O'More. Henry gets that second light on. Red light start Henry Robertson by 1/1000th of a second. Tim Moore, 37 on the tree, dead one. And Henry Robertson, 001 RED, as Chase Trimp, Monty Beagle. Chase runner-up yesterday, as you remember, trying to go one round further in the Opal at 655. Monty Beagle, 584 for the Beagle Automotive Team Machine in from Alberta, Canada. Pre-staged. Somebody's going to race Tim O'More. About to find out who. Red light start. Chase Trimp is going to move on with the better of the two red lights. Chase was -10. Monty Beagle was -087. Chase 1 over 56 with a 2. Monty 1 over 85 with a 0. Chase going to another final round. Going to race Tim Moore on K&M Filter, $7,500 Saturday, the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. Attention to the pits. Attention to the pit. Door car clash. Those of you that are in the door car clash tonight, for $10,000 after the next round of Super Pro, we will bring you up for your one and only time run. You don't have to take the time run, but you have to come up then if you want it. So, door car clash after the next round of Super Pro, we will bring you into the lanes for your one and only time shot. By the way, quick reminder, 7 a.m. tomorrow morning in the Grove, the Racers for Christ non-denominational chapel service with Matt Miller from the Racers for Christ. Open to everyone. 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. Coffee and a breakfast burrito from the Dog Pound and the Racers for Christ non-denominational chapel service. Final day at Mizzier Enterprises Sunday, the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Super Pro winners, back to the lanes, please. Super Pro winners, back to the lanes, please. Gary Manaka, put the phone away. Jeff Jones, you want ice? Come and get it yourself. You need the exercise. Oh, so you walk over and open the door. Really? Wow.
Again, I want to remind all you folks that a couple things will be happening this afternoon. Obviously, the big thing is the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic Door Car Clash. That's the big thing. Matter of fact, we're going to call you guys for your time trial here very shortly. After the round of Super Pro, which we are lining up in the staging lanes right now. Also, don't forget, if you've got payouts coming from Thursday or Friday still, swing on by the trailer and pick those up. Also, of course, lots of really cool gear. Putting a little heat in the track right now, getting ready to go. Gary, step away from the race cars. Free advice is worth exactly what you pay for it. All right, here we go. We're getting some of our Super Pro cars in line. Just kidding, Gary. Everybody wants to hear what you've got to say about it. Super Pro cars, we need you in the lanes. Super Pro cars, we need you guys all in the lanes. All right, here we go. Going into Super Pro. The Super Pro door cars and dragsters combined at this point as we're on the ladder. First pair coming out, Dave Mazier. Dave out of Escondido, California, driving the lawn dart. Rolling up alongside a very potent door car, Andrew Olson. 585 the dial in on that door car. 478 the dial in on the dragster. Dave Mazier, 478 to dial in alongside Andrew Olson. Andrew's door car going to leave first with a 585. That's still a plenty fast door car. He has to be an EFI expert. Andrew gets there first, but Dave Mazier, 78 with a 2 on a 78 with an 014 light. And Dave Mazier gets the win. Andrew breaking out by just a few thou. Here we go. Marco, big winner from last night. 462 the dial in on the Pinella Hoosier CRE, you name it, Novato machine. Alongside Dave Meyer running out of Sheridan. That's the dragster over in the three-way Chevrolet lane with a 472. So basically 1/10 of a second exactly, and off he goes into the Wild Blue Yonder, getting chased down by Marco. It's tight on this end, and it gets tight on the other end. And our winner from last night goes out. Ryan Magnus driving the, of all things, white Camaro. Val Torres Jr. driving the dragster, 470 for the dragster. Camaro, 616. Ryan goes red by 1/1000th, and he needed all of it because Val was 004 off the tree. Runs it out, goes about 8 thou under. I'd say Val's ready for that next round already. He knows where he wants to be. Ryan Magnus ran it all the way through just to see what you got. He goes 615 with a 4. And here we go with the odd lot single, KJ. $84 with a 3 on an 84 for KJ. Starts out a little on the red side, but goes a 84 with a 3. I'd say that car's dialed. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Pro final. Pro final. Pro final. Bring it to the line, guys. Pro final. Bring them to the line. Be ready to go. Pro final. This is your call. Pro final. This is your call. Racers in the door card clash. Get ready because you will hear a call here shortly. Pro final, pro final, pro final. You've been called. Shootout cars, you have not been called. Pro final. All right, here you go. The second half of our pro final rolling up. All right, looks like we have our finalists in pro. And quite the pair to draw to right there. Chase Trim from last night brought the mini brood up into the final and did it again tonight. Tim O'Moore is going to make a decision on whether he can go farther or not. Both these guys, awesome bottom bulb racers. Attention the pits, attention the pits. First call. Door car clash. Door car clash bringing up lanes 1 and 2. Door car clash bringing up lanes 1 and 2. This is a cancel of the clash call. Stop. Don't come. All right, here we go. This is the pro final. Quite the pair to draw to right here. You know, if you were a betting man, it'd be hard to pick one of these two to bet on. Chase Trimp in the 69 Opel GT finds himself in the exact same spot he was in last night. Question is, can he put on that win light in the final? Tim O'More, 598 to dial in for that 88 Camaro. Make the trip out from Tucson. Remember what I always say, the farther that they come from, the harder it is to get the money out of their pocket. So, this is going to be a tough one right here. Chase in the Opel stages up 6:56 is his dial-in. So he's going to be leaving about half a second ahead. Out he goes. Everybody's green, and these lights are excellent on this end. On the other end, Tim O'More goes to cut Chase loose, and Chase runs a 56 with a 1 on a 56. He gave up 6 on the tree and got it back with an 8,000 stripe at the other end. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro, Super Pro. This is your call to the lanes. Super Pro, this is your call to the lanes. Super Pro, this is your call to the lanes. Pro winner circle photo, pro winner circle photo, immediately following your return down the return road.
Test.
Super Pro, Super Pro, Super Pro semis, we're looking for you. Super Pro semis, we're looking for you. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro, Super Pro, this is your call. Super Pro, this is your call.
K&N Filter Saturday. My friend Chase Tripp, a little better than Friday, wasn't it, buddy? Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, saw the stripe all day. Got a little bit of luck when I needed it, and keeping my eyes closed.
Oh, keep your eyes closed. Sure you did. Well, after yesterday, in a great final round there, and I know you said I made a little bit of a mistake down there. Not today.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
Money goes where it's needed most, right? You got to paint the car now, right?
Probably not.
Probably not. I don't blame you. It hadn't been in 10 years, but congratulations, my friend.
Super
How about
Pro, final
K&N
call,
Filters,
Super
Pro
Pro,
ET winner
final
Chase
call,
Tripp.
Super
Congratulations,
Pro, final
buddy.
call. Attention the pits, attention the pits. Door car clash, door car clash. Lanes 1 and 2, door car clash, lanes 1 and 2. Bring them on up. This is for your time run. And then you're basically going to come right back around for your eliminations. And you'll run right after the last round of Super Pro. Super Pro semifinals, Super Pro semifinals. You should be in the lanes. Hey, listen up, Door Car Clash guys. Understand that we have to set up a class that goes in the computer. And this particular class, if you're a no-E car, make sure you have an N on your window. I know you haven't had to do that beforehand necessarily, especially if you're running pro. But because the class that we're setting up for the computer, put the no E on, or put the N on the window, so that way we know for a fact to make sure that you do not all of a sudden get surprised by the tree. So again, all non-electronics cars, make sure that you have an N on your window to make sure that it doesn't accidentally throw in your crosstalk. Shootout cars. We need you guys to lanes for your first time trial. Shootout cars. All right, here we go. Super Pro. A lot of good racers left. All four of them. Hey, listen up, guys. And for our semifinal round, here comes Mike English.
Thank you, Jay Case, Ms. Dave Mazier and David Meyer. The Division 7 champ in that blue dragster, 472, chasing the Mazier Enterprises Team Machine, 477, Davey in that three-way Chevrolet lane to run for $20,000 on K&N Saturday at the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. And then the pair in the water box, Val Torres Jr., KJ Dessa. Wow. So here we go. One of them's going to the final. The other one's going to buy dinner. They're set. Here we go to the final for $20,000. They are clean and they are green. Oh, baby, check this out down there. Dave Mazier by 5 thousandths of a second, 478.3 on that 77 dial-in for the win. 007. David Meyer, 473.6 on the 472 dial-in. 009. And by 5 thousandths of a second, Dave Mazier going to run for $20,000 on K&N Saturday as Val Torres Jr., 470, takes on KJ Dessau, 483. KJ, three-way Chevrolet lane. Dave down at the time slip booth there to wait and see who he is going to run for $20,000. Val, the Tiffany Torres Real Estate, Torco Fuels, Race Dragster, and the LAT Racing Oils Dragster for KJ, far side. They are pre-staged. They light the second light together to go to the final bout to find out. Red light start KJ. Val Jr., 12 on the tree, 72 with a 2 on that 70 dial. Val Torres Jr., Dave Mazier. Sounds like Southern California Pro Gals. Yeah, cars are a little longer, indexed a little quicker. So Val Torres Jr., Dave Mazier, K&M Filters, $20,000 Saturday, the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. Shootout cars, you should be in lanes for your one and only time shot.
All right, here we go. Door Car Clash. That's right. The Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classics Door Car Clash on Saturday night. 16 Super Pro door cars. 16 Pro door cars. Again, guys, while I got your attention real quickly, remember, if you are a non-electronics car, make sure you have an N on your window. If you have no intentions of course, it's actually, during the Super Pro guys, if you got no intentions of crossing over, put it in on your window, period. But obviously, non-electronics cars, kind of hard to cross over. So make sure you have an N on your window unless you plan on using crosstalk. And that includes the time trial, guys. All right, here we go, guys, for the first time run, the only time run. And then when you come back around again, it'll be time for eliminations. All right, here we go. Door Car Clash time trial. Starts out Denny Valvo. BJ Giacalone driving the 55 Chevy. The Pizzazz 55 Chevy. Denny goes red by about 015. PJ 05 to the good side of the green. Goes 582, 117 miles an hour in that big old 55 Chevy. 610 with a 2 at 116 for the Volvo machine. Bill Bothello. Super nice, clean, fast Pontiac alongside Robert Neighbor. No, not Robert Neighbor. Pedro Valadez, excuse me. Again, Pedro over there in the 2001 Firebird. Check this out. Pedro 009 on the tree. Bill right there with him with an 012. Pedro 703, 95 miles an hour, 96 on 141 miles an hour for that really clean Seas Candy Grand Am. Dustin Wirtz, he's driving the Corvette Roadster alongside, well, it's Corvette's a pair. Emma backing up from a big long burnout. Got to be 200 foot plus. Oh, baby, check this out. Emma drops a 006 light out there. Dustin Wirtz 042 on a tree. Both these Corvettes are fast. 524, 132 for Dustin Wirtz out of Idaho. And a 585 at 117 for the Palmdale driver. Stan Deming driving the little blue 76 Nova because everybody in Idaho has a 76 Nova. That is obvious. You know, you go down like an intersection, you know, and then turn into a parking lot, and there they are, just all of them everywhere. Zach Ealing, 91 Corvette. Thousands separate them on the tree. Look at this. Stan Deming 010, Zach Ealing 009, 624 for Stan at 108 miles an hour. Zach runs through with a 644 at 105 miles an hour. Mike Ealing driving the 65 El Camino and another of the many 76 Novas running the race day. This might be a 75. I'm just throwing it out there. Red light. .663 at 101 miles an hour for Mike Ealing. Michelob Ultra Lane 615 at 112 miles an hour. Here's Robin Croton. You might not know Robin, but everybody knows this car now. This beautiful 69 GTX. Dropped way down on the ground, 526 cubic inches of, I'm guessing, Hemi power the way that thing runs. Mike Agnew. Now, Mike Agnew's put a bunch of round wins up already this weekend. He wants to get involved in this door car clash because he makes this door car work. Robin goes red in the GTX by just 0.02 of a second. Mike 040 runs a 608 at 112.78 miles an hour. James Rutherford making that trip down from Wembley, Alberta. The Rebel Fit Nutrition 96 Probe. I got a feeling this might be the fastest door car in the show. Alongside DJ Humard, he's driving a 66 Nova wagon. And it's not the fastest door car in the show. Reaction times are nice, both sides. DJ gets out 022. James gets out 019. Check that out. That probe goes through a 489 at 142 miles an hour. 645 at 106 for the station wagon. Yeah, man, that probe is just a neat car. Jason Ped. Looks like the Canadians came down here to get the door car clash is what this looks like. Jason Pad driving a 1975 Chevy Love truck. Matter of fact, it helped Mr. Isuzu make his fame in the United States. Cliff Hall, the 70 Maverick, the Hall Brothers Maverick. They make cough drops and fast Fords. .039 for Cliff Hall. Jason Pad 027. The McAdoo gets there first, 597, 113 miles an hour, but not by much, 6006 for Cliff Hall at 114.5. Jeff LaSalle, the great big old 67. Robert Neighbor driving the Roadster Corvette. Jeff gets out there with an 016 light. Man, that roadster runs around him like he's tied to a post at 5.20 to 140 miles an hour. Jeff LaSalle showing it up nicely, though, as he goes 6.52 at 103.9. Here's two guns that carry a little fame right here. Dennis Paz in the 65 El Camino alongside C.W. Hofer. CW goes red by 9,000. Dennis Paz 017 to the green side. Dennis runs out the other end 675 at 99.68. 733 at 92 miles an hour for CW. Shelby Schoenfeld, 1970 Nova, 427 for power. Alongside Justin Short, the 64 Chevelle. It looks a little like, in some ways it doesn't. Looks like somebody got a little confused on whether to paint the doors, the hood, the roof, whatever. But it is black and white, and it is pretty fast. That's no kidding. Ha! Runs off the tree pretty good, too. 001 so far, best reaction time we've seen in time trial. 038 for Shelby. Shelby runs through 676. Justin Short, nice 554 at over 124 miles an hour. Super Pro Final. Super Pro Final. This is your call to the lanes. Tim O'More just went down the track just a few seconds ago, and he does it again with a 5.96 and 039 light. Michelob Ultra Lane offline with a nice 016. Goes 5.83 at 117 miles an hour. So Monty getting his pass. Sasha Hofer, the 91 Firebird, alongside Daniel McClellan. Sasha, better of the two green lights there, 013. Runs it out and goes 733 at 91.82 miles an hour. 024 for Daniel. And Daniel goes a 590 with a 7 at 129 miles an hour. Couple of good door car racers right here. Tony Marconi, the 76 Arrow, alongside Brad Pierce. Brad, the 58 Corvette. Tony Marconi out first with an 026 light, runs a 589 at 115 miles an hour. Brad Pierce right down on through there. He starts out 053, then runs a 631 with a 2 at 119.1. Super Pro Final, Super Pro Final, Super Pro Final. Tim Arnswald goes red by 2 thou. Robert Butler green by 5 thou. 580 with a 2 at 121 miles an hour. 736, 91 miles an hour for Andrew Olson. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. There's going to be pumpkin decorating at 5 p.m. That's about a little under a half hour from now at the trailer. So swing on by the West Coast Classics trailer. That's the trailer, the large one, right there underneath the tower next to the Grove. And swing on in. It's going to be lots of fun for the kids. There'll be candy, and there'll be pumpkins to decorate. So pretty cool, pretty cool. Got to cruise on by. Also, don't forget, racers, anybody who's owed money from Thursday or Friday, it's over there. You need to go. Chase Trimp, 013 off the tree, and then goes a 656 at 105 miles an hour. Andrew Olson, 585 with a 0 with an 031 light. Super Pro Final. Hear a little rumbling in the background. That's Dave Mazier coming back up to meet his final round. And then there was one pair left to go in Super Pro. Looks like our drivers are in the cars, and we're just a couple seconds away from seeing who's going to take that K&N $20,000 prize. And here we go for our Super Pro Final. And to give you all the action, Mike English.
Super Pro final round, K&N Filters, $20,000 Saturday. The Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. Dave Mazier, Val Torres Jr. Val will be at 473 Michelob Ultra lane. Davey over there in that three-way Chevrolet lane. Davey will be at 478. Val dialed up one. Davey sticking with his dial. For $20,000 on K&N Filters Saturday. Don't forget, kids, pumpkin decorating right behind the tower, 5 p.m. along with candy. Go, Jay. Pre-stages, Val Torres. Dave Mazier, pre-stages. For 20 big ones. They're set. Here we go. Green light starts. Watch this baby down there. 5,000 difference. Check this out. Double breakout. Dave Mazier, 008 4769 on that 478 dial for the win. Val Torres was better at 003 and goes 4718 on that 473 dial. And Dave Mazier, $20,000 richer on K&M Filters Saturday at the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. Congratulations, my friend. In winner's circle in a few minutes. So winner's circle shots with Dave Mazier. Just a few minutes. Davey going to make his way up there. Whoa, what a great final round there.
Dave Mazier. Dave Mazier, we can get a chance like you to bring you and your crew up to the winner's circle. Mike, talk to our winner there, Dave Mazier, in our $20,000 Saturday Super Pro K&N Silver State West Coast Classic.
Wow, that's a sight I could do without. Jeez. Davey! Well, you haven't raced in this zip code in a while, and you showed up fashionably late, and the guys would all wish you'd just go ahead and go back home. But congratulations, my friend. $20,000 on K&N Saturday.
Man, it was an incredible day. It's one of those days where every round is a victory. If you win one of these rounds, it's one of the toughest crowds I've been in. I could have just as easily lost second round. I raced Robert Neighbors' daughter and just about went to the trailer then. And so every round is a victory. Just can't believe it.
Yeah, absolutely. A great job. And you're right. Bailey Neighbors is all of a sudden, man, it's like, Robert, what are you doing bringing her out here? She's like whooping up on everybody. But you're right. It is just every round just gets tougher and tougher. And that final one, not either, was it?
No, Val, we were just kind of kidding back and forth. I remember Val driving Val Senior's Vega at Palmdale, like 23, 25 years ago. I mean, it's so cool to see our generation and then the next generations coming along and being tougher than we ever could have hoped to have been. So it's I'm really thankful.
Absolutely. You can buy Jay dinner tonight, by the way. Great job, my friend Dave Mazier. $20,000 richer on K&N Filters Super Pro, the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. Congratulations, buddy. Attention to bits, attention to bits. Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. Door Car Clash. Need you to the lanes, please. Door Car Clash cars. Need you to the lanes, please. Clash to the back of the lanes, please. Door Car Clash to the back of the lanes, please. By the way, kids, don't forget pumpkin decorating and candy right behind the tower. The West Coast Classic. Like a race trailer, pumpkin decorating and candy. first pair, round one, the Door Car Clash at the West Coast Classic. Aaron Taylor, 6'11". Chase and Pedro Valadez, 7:03 in the Firebird. The Door Car Clash for $10,000. This is pro category. They're divided till the final. Red light start Pedro by 0-0-1. Darren Taylor, show off. Dead 4 when the guy in the other lane goes 0-0-1 RED. Jeff LaSalle, Mike Agnew. Mike Agnew, 6:08. Kings Ransom Chevelle. Jeff LaSalle, 6:52 in the Mopar. Man, I got to tell you, I looked at the first pair and went, wow, and then we looked at this pair and went, holy cow. Yeah, it doesn't get any easier. Look at the next pair. This is why we call it the Door Car Clash. Head start to that Mopar. Prime-time player out of NorCal right side, big-time player out of SoCal left side. By the way, that guy on that left side already picked up $5,000 on Kid Performance Friday. Red light start Mike Agnew by 8 thou. Jeff LaSalle, 19 on the tree. Jeff LaSalle, dead 5. Chase Tripp. Oh, by the way, he's already picked up $7,500. The Opel GT at 657. Cliff Hall, the Hall Brothers Maverick, 601. Head start Chase. Clean and green in this pair. Cliff Hall, two guys very familiar with each other at the finish line. Top end, it's Cliff Hall. 009, 02 with an 8 on that 01 for the win. Chase, 13.59 with the 9 on that 57. Cliff Hall moves on. DJ Homard, 645 in the wagon. C.W. Hofer, 734, and C.W. has not had a C.W. weekend. I can tell you that. They are set. Red light start DJ 011 RED. CW 018 732 2 on that 34 dial. Oh, by the way, DJ went red, dead on 0. Zach Ealing jumping in the Corvette at 644, racing Denny Valvo out of Arizona. The Chevelle 609 Denny. Pre-stage Denny Valvo. Waiting on Zach over here in that Corvette. A crowd down there at the 8th mile finish line having fun watching these. Green light starts. Zach out front on that head start. Here comes that Chevelle making that move. Watch that baby down there top end. Zach Ailing, 17. 47 with a 40, 47 with 6 on that 44 dialing for the win. And Denny just missed it. 60 with a 5 on that 09. Is Shelby Ray Schoenfeld and Tim O'More. Shelby Ray, NorCal, 675. Tim O'More, Arizona, already running up today, 598. Head start to that Nova. Shelby Ray in, waiting on Demo Moore to light that light. Red light started, yeah. 0-17, Timo Moore in the automatic win. Shelby Ray goes red, Timo Moore 5-9-6-7 for the win. Monty Beagle, Sasha Hofer. 733 Sasha. 583 Monty Beagle in the coupe from Canada. Sasha, red light start. Monty Beagle, 003 green. Wow, Monty tosses up a 6-out package. 003, dead 3. The coupe moving on. Sasha, the red light start. Tim Arnswald, Stan Deming. Tim Arnswald, Sunday Tim, having a very good Saturday. 734, get a head start. Stan Deming, that kid performance. Team Machine, 624. Stan Deming. Big time matchup here. Here comes that Nova, Stan Deming. It's Tim Arnswald, Sunday Tim. 0-14, 35 with a 3 on that 34 for the win. Stan was right there, 16 and 2 over, 26 with a 5. It's James Rutherford, Dennis Paz. The Pausmobile, 675, the dial Dennis Paz. This is Super Pro, by the way, the Clash. James Rutherford, 484 in the Probe out of Canada. The Super Pro Door Car Clash. Going to run him down to one Super Pro and one Pro Car and run him for $10,000 on K&M Bilters Saturday, the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. Green light starts in this pair. 2,000 difference off that starting line. And Dennis Paz by 6,000ths of a second. Dennis Paz, 0-20, dead, 1 over with a 0. James Rutherford, 0-18, dead on, 1 over with an 8. And that's 6,000. Dennis Paz is Dan McClellan, Jason Pad. 591 Little Mac, far side, 6 flat, Jason Pad in the lovely truck. Pre-staged. Man, this first round, the Door Car Clash has been a thing of beauty. Head start to the pickup truck. Green light starts. Oh, that pickup truck's guys have front wheels so nice. Here comes Dan McClellan down their top end. Jason Pad, 0-25, 1 over with a 2. Dan McClellan, 0-24, 2 over with a 9 to Jason moving on. Brad Pierce, Robert Neighbor. The Corvette for Robert at 5-2-0. Brad Pierce, the Corvette, a hardtop versus a convertible. Brad, the 58 Corvette, get that head start at 6-3-1. Brad is in, waiting on Robert Neighbor. Here we go. Green light starts. Here comes the hard top out in front. Here comes that convertible. It's the hard top by 8 thousandths of a second. 0:14.31 with a 4 on a 31. Robert was 008 and a 1 over with an 8 and cannot get there. Brad Pierce by 8 now is Tony Marconi, Robert Butler. 588 for the drop top arrow. 580 for the hard top Camaro. Couple of green lights starts again. Tony left, Robert right. Down there, top end, it's Robert. The Camaro goes dead 4:013 to take out Tony Marconi's dead 5:029. Robert Croton and Dustin Wirtz. 5:25 for the drop top Corvette out of Idaho. 5:22 for Robin. And the Croton's excavating GTX. Presaged. Red light start Robin by 3,000. Dustin is 10 on the tree. Dustin goes 5:227, 1:32. Red lights on. Corvette's coming back. It's the next tear. Andrew Olson, BJ Giacalone. 585, Andrew in the fuel-injected Camaro. 582 for the Pizzazz 5.5 Chevrolet. The West Coast Classic door car shootout for $10,000. Red light start PJ. Andrew 10 on the tree. Andrew's 5.846 on that 85 dialing. PJ was 004 RED Bill Botello, Mike Ealing. 662 the El Camino. 495 the Grand Am for C's Candy. Green light starts. That El Camino, watch that Grand Am down there, top end. Mike Ealing, 10 on the tree, dead on 7. And basically mathematically eliminated Bill Botello as he was 441 on the tree. Bill goes 1 over 96 with a 0, but Mike Ealing putting up that 17,000 package is Emma Duschel, Justin Short. Justin Chevelle. 554, Chase and Miss M. The Aerospace Components, Mike's Transmissions, Corvette, 584, Emma. So head start to the Corvette, who had a very good showing on Kid Performance Friday. Justin Aid had a bad Saturday on K&M Filter Saturday with that Chevelle, but now it's the door car clash. Green light starts here. Emma out front. Watch that Chevelle down there. Top end, noses drop. It's Justin Short. 0-21 out by 5 thou for the win. Emma 0-14 and out by 9 thou for the loss. What a great round number one in the West Coast Classic Door Car Clash.
What an amazing round of racing right there. All right, take care of a little business here real quick. Keep in mind, there is Halloween decorating going on right now at the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classics trailer. Also, if you got payouts coming from Thursday or Friday, they're also over there. And also, don't forget that we also have gear, some pretty cool gear. Again, to repeat what we talked about just a few minutes ago, if you would like to have Halloween decorating going on, what you need to do is the pumpkin decorating is happening over at the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic Trailer. So, kids, Petey, sorry you can't go, but the rest of you kids can. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Door car clash, door car clash. All finalists, door car clash. Make your way to the lanes, please. Attention in the pits, door car clash. Let's go, guys. Pro, same lane assignments as before, 1 and 2. Super Pro, your lane assignments 5 and 6. Pro, suit up. Pro, suit up. Super Pro, Super Pro, final call. Super Pro, final call. All right, as we get our drivers in the cars, I want to remind everybody we do have pumpkin decorating going on over at the West Coast Classics trailer, as well as, of course, all kinds of cool merchandise and also payouts for anybody that was due from Thursday or Friday. But next order of business is going to be getting these door car clash from 8 in each category down to 4 in each category. All right. All right. All right. Looks like the tractor's making his last bit pass here, and then we're going to get back to Door Car Clash. This really is a lot of fun. 32 of the best door cars on the West Coast all getting together. Now turned into 16 of the best door cars all getting together. All right, here we go. Here we go. Hall Brothers 70 Maverick come up to the line with a 601 window. 610 for Darren Taylor. Taylor coming down from someplace in Idaho. Riri? I don't know. Yeah, easy for you to say, Eric. Riri. 76 Nova, 532 cubic inches. That ought to be enough, except for the fact that I think there's about 600 underneath the hood of this Maverick. Cliff Hall gets the win automatically because he put a green light on. Then he runs a 601 with a 6 on a 601. Darren Taylor runs it out, goes a little too quick on the tree and a little too quick on the track, and that moves him into the observation booth and Cliff Hall into the next round. Jeff LaSalle driving that great big block. 67 Dodge RT, 652 the number. 643 for Zach Ealing in the 91 Corvette. A double red ski. Jeff goes 009. Zach goes 013 to the red side on both. Jeff LaSalle moves on with a 55 with a 2 on a 52. 643 is Zach just kind of lifted and said, all right, I've had all my fun. C.W. Hofer The 87 Firebird, 734 the dial, alongside Tim O'More. Tim driving the Camaro, 598 the dial in. CW breaks out by about 5 thousandths of a second. He actually had an 030, which was the better of the two trees. And Tim O'More shows him how it's done with a 99 at 110.64 miles an hour. 054 reaction time for Tim Moore. Gave up 24 on the tree and still figured out how to win that round. Tim Arnswald, 733 the dial, alongside Monty Beagle. Monty Beagle, 583. Everybody's green on this end. Beagle trying to catch up and can't get there. 733 with a 9 on a 733, and Arnswald goes on to the next round. Running slightly under is Monty Beagle as he runs an 82 with a 2 on his 83. Here we go. Jason Pad making a trip down from Chesmere, Alberta. 598. Normally he's been chasing, but he's going to get chased this time as Andrew Olson's coming after him. 585 the dial in for that very, very fast Camaro. Guys both tearing a tree down on their way out of town. Andrew Olson, 009, then runs an 85 with a 2 for an 11th thou pack. 99 with a 5 over the 98. Jason had no chance with that 014 light, and man, I'll tell you what, he was working it at the other end, just couldn't get there. Wow. Robert Butler, 579 the dial for that Camaro. Alongside Dennis Paz. $675 the dial for Dennis Paz. Robert Butler out of Citrus Heights. This real fast Camaro coming after that El Camino. Breaking out. 77 with a 3 for Robert Butler. 1,000 separated him on the tree. Dennis Paz is 012. He runs a 675 on a 75, putting together a 19th thou pack and puts on a win. Brad Pierce, 631 the dial on that 58 Corvette, alongside Dustin Wirtz. The Wirtz family has been keeping the UPS guy in business this weekend. They've been putting parts in everything they own, but the fact of the matter is these guys have been going rounds. 522 the dial in on the Corvette. Guess nobody's going to stage. There we go. Brad Pierce brings it into the line. 631. He's going to get to go first by over a second. 5,000 separate him on this end. Brad Pierce takes the win. 522 with a 2 for Dustin Wirtz. 631 with a 2 for Brad Pierce. Yep, both of them were. The 5 thou difference in the tree is the 5 thou's difference at the stripe, as everything was green and everybody was good. Wow, what a drag race. Justin Short bringing that black and white to the line. 553 the dial in for him. Mike Ealing driving the 1965 El Camino. There is a lot of mid-60s El Caminos on the lot this weekend, and definitely, no, more than that. Lots of them, not just two, lots. 661 the dial for Mike. As the flamed El Camino leaves and puts the tires in the air, Justin Short leaves right behind him. Mike Ealing 005 on the lot on the tree, and then goes to 63 with a 3 on a 61. And then check this out. Justin gave him about 26 on the tree, and then runs dead on with a 4. And if, I don't know how good a math wizard you are there, Mike, but that's a 009 stripe down at the other end. Yikes. That is some serious racing right there. That's what door car racing in Southern California is all about. Want to remind everybody, don't forget, if you've got payouts coming from Thursday or Friday, swing on by the West Coast Classics trailer at the base of the tower towards the Grove. Swing on over there. While you're there, time to do some shopping. All kinds of really cool stuff. I hear they got suede boots. You got to check them out, Mike. You look good in them. Also, T-shirts, hats, sweatshirts, hoodies. So as we're sneaking up on sunset here, it's dropped down to 78 degrees. Supposed to have absolutely gorgeous upper 70s weather tomorrow. So in case you're wondering how your car is going to run tomorrow, right now would be the time to know. Because what a gorgeous day. Hard to say a gorgeous day in Bakersfield because there's a few of them that are a little on the tough side, but this has absolutely been great weather for drag racing. Listen up. I got the word from the man. If you guys want to stay over Sunday night and then leave on Monday morning, that is an option for you. But keep in mind that you will need to be getting out on Monday morning relatively early in the day because there's a lot of setup work that needs to take place. And so, but the Sunday evening camping is open. And Mark wanted to just make sure that you knew that was happening. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Door car clash. Door car clash. This is your call. Pro lanes 1 and 2. Pro lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro lanes 5 and 6. Door car clash, door car clash. There isn't a lot of you left, but the ones that are, plenty tough. Door car clash, door car clash. You should be in the lanes.
Semi-final round in each class of the Door Car Clash are now up in the lanes. By the way, the West Coast Classic trailer behind the tower, payouts for today are available. Payouts for today are available at the West Coast Classic trailer behind the tower. Door Car Clash semi-final round on K&N Saturday in each of the two categories, Pro and Super Pro. It is a Hall of Fame lineup with cars left in competition. First pair, Door Car Clash Pro ET with Tim Arnswald, Sunday Tim, and Tim O'More. 553. Tim O'More. No, that's not right. They haven't switched them over yet. Hang on. Give me a sec. Marissa, let's go. The computer goddess is getting the dial-ins. There we go. 598, Tim O'More. 732, Sunday, Tim Arnswald. To go to the final round in Pro ET, the West Coast Classic, Door Car Clash. Tim Moore with the head start, and Tim Arnswald, I'm sorry, Sunday Tim with the head start. Tim O'More doing the chasing in that three-way Chevrolet lane, and a massive crowd down there at the finish line to watch this fun. Green light starts. Watch this baby down there. Here comes Tim O'More. Got enough to get around Sunday Tim. Brake lights. Dead on one. 066 for the win for Tim O'More. Sunday Tim Arnswald. 073 out by 2 thou. Get there second. Jeff LaSalle. Cliff Hall. Cliff 601. Three-way Chevrolet lane. 652. Jeff LaSalle the Mopar. Don't go away. Super Pros coming out next. Both drivers pre-stage. Head start right side to the Mopar. The Maverick of Cliff Hall and the Hall brothers doing the chasing. Green light starts again. Oh, baby, watch this. They're separated by 4. Thou off that starting line. Cliff Hall, 00903 with a 7 on the 01 dialing for the win. Jeff LaSalle, 3 over 55 with a 2:013. That's 9 thou at the finish line. Super Pro, Door Car Clash, Dennis Paz, the El Camino, 675, getting head start over Brad Pierce, the Corvette 630. Pierce is in, waiting on Dennis Paz. They're set. Here we go to the final to Door Car Clash and Super Pro. Clean green. That Corvette's hard to make the move. Paz looking over his shoulder, top end. Brad Pierce, 31 with a 1 on that 30 dialing 033. Dennis Paz goes out 76 with a 6, 040 on that 75 dialing. Andrew Olson, Mike Ealing. Mike Ealing, the El Camino, 661. His NorCal buddy, Andrew Olson, 584 in that Camaro. Head start to the wheel stand in Elke. Andrew going to patiently wait. Green light starts again. Mike Ealing, look at him looking over his shoulder down there watching that Camaro. Ealing, 004, 1 over with a 0. Andrew Olson, 023, out by 12 thou. And Mike Ealing in the final with Brad Pierce and the Door Car Clash and Super Pro. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Door Clash finalists. Pro and Super Pro delays, please. Door Clash finalists. Pro and Super Pro need you to the lays, please. So Super Pro and Pro finalists for the Door Car Clash are in the lanes. By the way, if you have money coming from Thursday, Friday, or today, the West Coast Classic trailer right behind the tower has your money. So Mike Ealing, Brad Pierce, Super Pro Final. Cliff Hall, Tim O'More, Pro Final. And then the winners will come back and run for $10,000. West Coast Classic Door Car Clash. So here we go, Pro Final. Cliff Hall, Tim O'More to go to the final for $10,000. Cliff Hall to be in the three-way Chevrolet lane, that Maverick out of Northern California. Tim O'More in from AZ, the Camaro. $598, Tim O'More in the Camaro. $603, Cliff Hall, the Maverick. One will come back and run the winner of the Super Pro Final, which will be Brad Pierce or Mike Ealing. About to find out who's going to be one half. Cliff, Tim. Down there at that finish line, you guys shake hands and say congratulations to the other guy. They both like that first light. Itty bitty little head start going to the Maverick. They are in set. Here we go. Somebody's going to the final. About to find out they are clean, they are green, they're 7 down. Difference down there, top end, that wind lights, brake lights. Tim O'More out by 9 thousandths, 018 for the win. Cliff Hall, 25 on the tree and out by 300. Tim O'More is going to run for $10,000. Wow, man. Mike Healing, Brad Pierce, Mike the El Camino 661. Brad Pierce, the Corvette 630. To race Tim O'More for $10,000. There we go. Mike Heaton gets that second light lit. Couple of green light starts here. Down there at that finish line, that Corvette got enough. Yes, he does. Dead on 8:029 for the win. Mike Healing was better reaction time by 9 thou with a 20. Gets there first by a hun and goes out by 2 thousandths of a second. A couple of blue cars in the final, a couple of hard tops. Brad Pierce, Tim O'More in 10 minutes for $10,000 in the West Coast Classic Door Car Clash. Attention the pits, attention the pits. Door Clash finalists. Need you to the lanes, please. Door Clash finalists. Need you to the lanes, please. Brad Pierce, Tim O'More. Need you to the lanes for $10,000. Door Clash finalists need you in the lanes. Brad, Tim need you in the lanes for $10,000. Tim O'More, we need you to the lanes, brother. Tim O'More to the lanes, please. Well, in the staging lanes, they're done talking. Chris Forsyth, get away from there. We want to run this final. Just kidding. West Coast Classic. Door car clash for $10,000. Final round, Brad Pierce, Tim O'More. About to happen. Drivers getting in, suited up. The 8th Mile fans down there, hang on, they're coming. The $100 bills are switching hands down there. Somebody hold the money. A neutral party hold the money. Word is, fire 'em up. The final of K&M Filters Saturday, the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. Door Car Clash. Tim O'More, Brad Pierce. Brad rolls up that three-way Chevrolet lane in the Corvette at 6-3-0. Tim O'More comes up in the Camaro in the Michelob Ultra lane. So 597 Tim O'More, 630 Brad Pierce. Head start to that Corvette. A couple of guys who've been there, seen that, done that. National event winner Brad Pierce in the NHRA Lucas Oil Products Drag Racing Series. Big money winner Tim O'More in from Tucson, Arizona. $597 right, $630 left for $10,000 in the Door Car Clash on K&M Filter Saturday. They are set, and here we go. It's clean, it's green. Brad Pierce out in front. Here comes Tim O'More. Brake lights on. Brad Pierce, 0-20 on the tree. 6-3-1-9 on that 630 dialing for the win. Tim O'More dead on 5, 0-56, and could not get there. Brad Pierce, your Door Clash champion at the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. Winner circles in about 30, well, as long as it takes Brad Pierce to get back up here, I believe it will be 6.30 seconds. Be right down behind the tower here just a second. Give Brad Pierce $10,000. Wow, guy wins $10,000 and all of a sudden he's got a fan club.